Ready to sports again. In-season tournament.
Let's go. Indiana, Milwaukee, already playing. Not sure why.
I see you rolled your way into the semis.
Thursday afternoon?
Yeah, I don't know.
Why?
Well, it's East Coast.
They probably don't want to compete with the NFL.
That would be my guess. I love like the in-season tournament numbers. It's like it's up 90%. And meanwhile, the NFL just laughs at it. Like they're getting like 2 million people to watch.
I think the NFL planned to have a terrible game.
Just to prove a point?
Yeah. Because they're going to look back and go, you do realize this is Mitchell Trubisky and Bailey Zappi at quarterback, and yet our ratings quadrupled yours.
Well, that was like when like the NBA finals roll around, and then you realize that the Pro Bowl does better numbers. And you're like, that just has to be insulting to the NBA. You just have to sit there and just shake your head.
So this isn't, you said East Coast, this is in Vegas.
Oh, that's right.
So it's not East Coast.
It's not, yeah.
But they do have a game at 6. So the Lakers game is at 6.
It's just such a weird.
So that will compete with the NFL.
Yeah.
So
So this is what, 4 o'clock Vegas time?
I don't know.
Is there an
hour?
hour?
No, it's 3 o'clock.
Are they? Vegas isn't an hour ahead?
No, same time.
Okay. Yeah, that's a weird. And you can't see the crowd because they've turned the lights down. Is that because they don't want you to see that there's no one in the crowd?
You know, I kind of like this.
Or is it packed?
I don't know.
It seems kind of spooky. It's like
I
you're
see
watching
bodies, but
well, you can only see like they've.
It looks a bit like the COVID or the bubble,
right?
Games.
Like I've never seen a sports game that has the lights down. It's like you're watching a print show. It's very strange.
Well, the court is great.
Yeah.
Can I just say that?
Yeah.
Sports is sports.
But they're back to the non-stupid uniforms.
Yeah, they're wearing just their regs.
Yeah,
huh?
they're not wearing the in-season tournament uniforms, but they do have an in-season tournament floor. Apparently brought to you by Wonka Chocolate.
48-42 Pacers.
Did you notice that?
No.
The new on the court, it's got Wonka.
I see Michelob Ultra.
No, right there. See, right where it's brought to you by the new Willy Wonka movie.
Oh.
Which is kind of odd, but that like goes hand in hand with the whole MLB thing today, the big announcement of the Def Leppard tour. So apparently the leagues were just like, hey, whatever.
Def Leppard.
You didn't see that? So a bunch of Major League Baseball teams tweeted out that there was like a big announcement coming. And so if you were following like the Mets account or whatever, the Braves, you were like, oh, what's happening? And it turns out Def Leppard is joining up with Journey and they're going on a stadium tour. And a bunch of people were none too happy that was the big announcement.
So why?
Because
so they're playing at baseball stadiums?
Yeah, some of them. And obviously they were some sort of partnership there. And, you know, Major League Baseball or Def Leppard, someone paid the other one to promote it. Just like right now, if you're watching this, you're like, why is the NBA in-season tournament the Wonka floor? Because someone at Paramount, whoever the hell has the new Wonka movie, paid a bunch of money for you to stare at Wonka.
You know, they have really snuck in a lot of ads on us here. I'm only just now noticing this. Michelob Ultra on the baseline.
Yeah, Michelob Ultra is everywhere. I think that's like the big, because like they can't do like Bud Light anymore because like Kid Rock. So now it's like Michelob Ultra.
Wonka on the court in 2 places. You have, of course, the jerseys have patches on them. And then on the side there, they have, on the stanchion, they have Coinbase.
Yeah.
So they're really,
well, you know, hey,
man, they're going all European soccer on us here.
Well, it is
and
true.
I'm now outraged. Am I supposed to be outraged by this?
Well, we were so against it. Remember when they were going to put advertisement on the bases?
I don't care.
Well, the collective the editorial and everyone laughed and was like, dude, just look around the world. If you go see, like, I know you don't watch, like soccer has, the soccer uniforms, they don't even have like a team logo on them really. It's just the big, like the Timbers one. It's like Alaska Airlines and there's like a little Timbers patch. But if you want to see something truly spectacular, go look at some of like the international rugby jerseys. There are like 9 different sponsors on them. It's like NASCAR. Japanese baseball is that way. Korean baseball.
Does cricket do this?
Yeah, cricket's big into that. It's not one sponsor. There may be one prominent sponsor on front, but that's like NASCAR. If you look at a NASCAR, the big prominent sponsor is on the hood. And then there's like 17 other smaller sponsors. So just be happy that we only have like 3 court sponsors and 1 jersey sponsor. Because it's like, eventually it's just someone's going to pay enough money and they're like, what the hell? We'll do 2. And then once it's 2, the dams burst.
Yeah. Hey, we got 2 new things on the show today. One, Jordan Schultz is back.
Hey, he's not dead.
He's gotten sick twice in the last 2 weeks.
Schultz, are you okay?
No. Double whammy. I'm just trying to live here.
Cat AIDS? You all
You
right?
sound terrible.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I'd sound like
True story.
Yeah, driven through a gravel spinner. No, it's not good. I'm here. I'm
Glad
feeling.
to see that you're still wearing Mariner gear, though, so that's good.
Yeah.
There's just some things I can count on, and you in a Mariner or Duck outfit, when I roll in it, I get comfort in it.
Here's the other
appreciate
big news. You guys want the other big news?
Yeah.
Big Sook's wearing glasses.
I know. I don't like it. I don't know how long this is going to last.
You look like you got your sports glasses on.
I know.
Over there, Chris Sabo.
Chris Sabos. That was immediately where I was going.
You look like insurrection guy trying to be liberal. That's what you look like right now.
Yeah,
Are you gonna move to Hawthorne?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe over
your
there.
beanie out.
We'll start hanging out at the like somewhere on Alberta Street, maybe. And then I don't think I can drink Rainier anymore. I think that's out. So I'm gonna have to switch over to some sort of dark Portland stout.
Has to be dark stout. A PBR would be the perfect liberal beer for you to hold.
PBR is a liberal. Are you familiar with PBR?
Yeah.
That's a liberal beer?
I see libs drinking it all over town for the last 15 years, unless my eyes have totally fooled me.
Well, I'll tell you what, when I think of liberal beers, I don't think of a PBR.
That's fair.
I'm gonna have to change everything up. You know, I did wear a sweater today as well. So
I just Googled that, and it says the first thing that comes up is Pabst Blue Ribbon takes a jab at Trump with its America Dreaming campaign.
Oh, so is it possible that PBR is indeed a snowflake beer?
I mean, it is literally any bar I walk into, I could find $2 tall boy, $3 tall boy at PBR. So it's synonymous.
We've got a couple questions that the internet has answered. Who is Pabst Blue Ribbon target audience?
Mm-hmm.
And it says millennials.
Okay.
What does PBR beer support? And it says it is a brand that supports varying communities of eccentric people who enjoy celebrating unique experiences. Dude, that's the libs.
It's the libs. All
that's
right,
your
well,
beer.
I'm off of Rainier, and can I still drink the Banquet, or am I out of that? I'm exclusively a PBR guy.
It is also the official beer of the World Axe Throwing League.
Well, that's kind of.
So
is that a lib thing? I think that's more of a. I don't know what to make. Now I'm all confused. I'm having to transition my beers now, though, because I'm wearing glasses. So
I hope you have new pronouns that come with those glasses.
Yeah, it's going to be a work in progress.
Because Jordy is right. You look different.
I know. Look, there's a chance. I've attempted glasses many a time.
You're gonna ditch those.
It's like me trying to learn Spanish, and it's never really stuck.
I'm telling you, man, just get LASIK.
I can't. I don't have. I'm just old.
Just get Yes, you can.
I think LASIK.
Well, now they have the K2, like the.
Well, then I need.
Do you listen to the fan?
I do listen to the fan.
We have some of these ads running right now.
Yeah.
Go get it like
cataract.
next week.
Exactly. It's the new thing.
All right. Well, then I need to look into it because I hate glasses, and in some ways, my vision is too good and it's throwing me off. I don't like it. Like everything, and then
they're hard to get used to.
And some things are blurry. I picked them up at like the mall, like the Lens Crafters or whatever, and I had to walk down some steps. Dude, my whole depth perception was off. I felt like I was all drugged up. Like I struggled to get down the steps. Felt like you're on shrooms entering a pool. You're very
that goes away.
It's very disorienting.
You got to fight through for about I don't know. 2-3 days.
I don't know if I'm.
Your eyes will get used to it. But you might even get a headache.
I know. Well, they told me not to.
Are they progressives?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they told me not to wear them all the time.
Yeah.
Said like
ease into
them. So I've had them on for about 2 hours, and I'm here to tell you I hate them already.
Yeah. Just fight through it though. You're going to damage your rods and cones.
And I don't want to drink PBR. I want to go back to Rainier. So I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Something tells me that when I come back from vacation, you will not have those.
No, probably not.
But I want to try them on to see if they fit me.
I'm working on it.
Or I mean, I'm sorry, see the
prescription?
Yeah, the prescription because, well, you know me, I did have LASIK, but that was many, many years ago.
Now
And
you have to have readers.
I don't really have to, well, actually I could use readers. They would help me, but I have a pair of progressives just like you. I just don't have to wear them because my vision has been corrected. But if I want to see up close, you know. The progressives help me.
Understand.
For my little telephone, you know. My little books that I read, my mini books.
Well, right now the up close stuff is the one that I don't like. Like when I'm far away, it's amazing. Like I put them on, I'm like,
it makes you see a lot better.
Way, way better. I'm like, oh, look at that. I'm like, I can see stuff.
Yeah.
And then when I take them off, it's blurry. But the more up close it is, I feel like it might be worse. I don't know.
Maybe you need bifocals.
I don't know. We'll see.
That's not a thing anymore.
Oh, really?
No, they can. That's what
Yeah,
progressives are basically new age bifocals.
Oh, there
So do you know what progressives mean?
I do
You know
not.
what that means? It means
it goes down.
out of the top of the lens, he can see far. If he looks out of the bottom of the lens, it's for reading.
Oh,
So it's
more of a smooth transition.
Correct.
Wow.
Yes.
Glasses technology, man.
Yeah. Let's go.
Hot tech talk for
Yeah.
glasses.
Well, I hope your rods and cones feel better in a couple of days.
Yeah.
Because you're going to need them for all this crappy sports you got to watch. I mean, we're watching the in-season tournament. We got crappy Patriots Steelers tonight.
I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like I'm gonna have to
wanna
gamble
put on
on
blinders.
it because there's nothing. Like what else?
What are you going to bet on, though?
I don't know. Probably
The under?
Probably the under.
They said this game tonight is the lowest over-under total for an NFL game, for an NFL night game,
Yeah.
since 1980.
Oh, interesting.
The over-under tonight is 30.
Yeah, they said that overall, the one I saw was, I think it was 2005 or 6. There was a playoff game between the Panthers. It might have been the Panthers and the Bears, and it was at 30 as well. And for a brief moment, this did dip down to 29.5, but now it's settled at 30. So it almost set a record, but all I know is my Hawkeyes laugh. They laugh at your cowardly 30. 30.
Yeah, that's high for them.
Exactly.
All right. Well, this leads us nicely to our poll question. It is on X at 1080 The Fan, brought to you by AAA Heating and Cooling. Family business, helping families for over 60 years, AAAIAQ.com. Wrapping up yesterday, we asked you, which team are you most confident would beat Washington head-to-head? And we had Alabama, Michigan, Texas, or none of them.
Booger McFarland thinks that everyone will kick Washington's ass.
Yeah, see, I can only imagine. I haven't seen any of the national talking heads talking about this.
Yeah.
But I can only imagine that none of them are giving Washington any respect.
No, he went down the road of all three. The other three teams are badass and physical, and Washington is a bunch of candy asses. They don't have the big boys. What was the other one? They play basketball on grass. Yeah, the same old,
Right.
So just Washington, don't bother to show up, and you're going to get rolled.
So which team are you most confident would beat Washington head-to-head? 42% of you said Alabama. 27% said none of them. 19% said Michigan, and only 12% said Texas. Today's poll question on X at 1080 The Fan, we're asking you, from Thursday's headlines, what sucks most?
That's a lot of suck.
John Rahm to live, because that happened.
Yeah.
Juan Soto to the Yankees, because that happened.
They're back to being the Empire.
Patriots versus Steelers, or the in-season tournament.
It's the Patriots versus Steelers.
That's what I think, too. But you know what's winning?
What?
The tournament.
Really?
Yeah.
People are pooping all over the tournament?
Well, they're pooping all over all four.
Yeah.
The way I know it's a good poll question is it's pretty even.
The poo is, there's an equal fecal distribution?
Not quite equal. We've got 29% in-season tournament, 28% say Rahm to live, 26% say Patriots Steelers, and then only 17% say Juan Soto to the Spankies.
I view now the in-season tournament like I view like Steely Dan. Some people like it. Maybe it's underappreciated. It's just background noise to me. I'm just like, yeah, whatever. If that's your thing, knock yourself out. But I'm not watching. It's just kind of there. Occasionally, maybe a song comes on. I'm like, oh yeah, that's not so bad.
All right, vote hard. When we get back, we will talk about today's big college football news. I mean, I don't even know what that is. That was so generic.
That was the most generic tease of all time.
But it's really big.
It's like when you're getting ready,
something.
You're getting ready to play in the super big game.
But hey, we got Hugh Offel. So no Dan Lanning today. He's out recruiting. But Hugh Betcha, the segment with A&A Sportsbook Director, is coming up in 15 minutes. It is 3:14 on The Fan.
It's the
quotes. Did you like that? You like that?
I do like that. Well, Dave is just great too. Dave is greatness.
He's got some great quotes here.
Yeah, he does.
Oh man. Hey, so Hugh Hoffill coming up next. A segment we like to call Hugh Betcha. We'll talk about sports betting and cool things like that. Mm-hmm. But somebody texted and said this is the prime game tonight's Steelers Patriots. To highlight why legalized sports gambling is wonderful.
Yes.
Because
without it,
we would just probably ignore the game. But now that we can bet on things with the game, it makes it more interesting.
Yeah, someone sent me a link today. I forget, it might have been, I don't remember if it was Fox or maybe it was MSNBC. I got to figure out which one it was. But one of the talking news head shows that I got on there that was blaming sports gambling for the low T beta male that isn't interested in sex or anything now because he just gambles. I was like, that's the strangest correlation I've ever heard in my entire life. Huh. So if you love gambling, apparently it monopolizes your life and you're no longer interested in women.
So the over under field goals made, like we get, you want your punts sweatshirt.
Oh, by the way, someone has sent me that, and they
Your punt sweatshirt?
They sent me the link to it, and I will be ordering for Christmas.
Oh, great.
A official Iowa punt sweatshirt.
Punts.
And because there's ones now that say like in Iowa colors that say Iowa punts or different ones, but no. I want the plain generic gray sweatshirt that those guys are wearing that just say punts. You got to get the original article.
Can we get one that says field goals?
Yeah, I suppose you could do that.
Because
it's not as fun.
Now, the over-under for field goals made in this game tonight is 3.5.
I think we take the over in that.
I feel like the over is a good bet in that.
Yeah. Well, no one's scoring touchdowns, right? I mean, this.
Well, the question is, do the offenses even have enough to get into field goal range?
Well, I mean, you got kicking now. You just got to get to like the 35. I like it. And then you go, there's going to be a couple picks. Trubisky said today that he's not going to be conservative, that he's going to push the ball down the field. That's good for at least 2 interceptions.
All right. Yeah, that does seem like, I mean, it screams over.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Sometimes when it screams one side, you should take the other.
I just love that whoever had this primetime game is now sitting there and it's just like, what the hell did we do? Because you have 2 great brands. And now you're forced with, although going into the season, was anyone excited about Kenny Pickett versus Mac Jones? That was bad. And you know what? That would be bad enough if we had that, let alone, we've got the backups.
We got a lot of backups playing this week.
Well, we got backups across the league. I mean, it feels like everyone at some point has been hurt this year, although Trevor Lawrence apparently is bionic. He's out there practicing.
So no Beathard?
He also not practicing. Beathard's got some sort of shoulder issue. So Lawrence is limited. Beathard is limited. I don't know who their backup is, but I guess who would be the third string. But yeah, Lawrence was.
Is he going to play?
They don't know. I would doubt it. I mean, they showed him today at practice, and he was in a helmet, but he was really, really limited. But he's out there.
Wasn't it a high ankle sprain?
High ankle sprain. And at the time, everyone thought that thing was broken by their reaction to it. But he's apparently structurally it's okay, and he was technically out at practice in a uniform today.
In other NFL news, we had Sean McDermott stepping in it.
Boy,
this guy's so weird.
Yeah.
As Bills coach.
A couple years ago, we thought of him as one of the hot, like, new coming coaches in the NFL, and Buffalo was on such a trajectory, and now, dude, you get people calling for his head, saying that it's a Tony Dungy thing, and they need a new voice, and all the controversy there, and then you go ahead and you throw out 9/11 references?
Yeah, I don't know how somebody doesn't have the awareness to maybe find another example. I really don't. Like, it blows me away that somebody thinks this would be the right sort of analogy to present to your players. But McDermott, so there's this big report on Sean McDermott blasting him, and in there, apparently he told players in a speech that he wanted them to come together.
Yeah.
Because, football.
Sure. And they're struggling a bit. It's been a rough year.
He needed them to come together in a manner similar to the terrorists on 9/11. Not people after 9/11 here in the U.S. Yeah. No, the terrorists on 9/11. He asked players in the room questions about how the attacks were executed and referenced the hijackers getting on the same page.
It's unbelievable. And I guess it got so awkward that one of the players tried to lighten the mood. Like, he asked what was their biggest obstacle, and one of them said TSA. So at least, like, someone was like, dude, can we not do this? Here's the thing. If you've got 9/11 on the brain, could you at least do like the United Flight 93 where everyone got together and saved a bunch of lives by breaking into the cockpit and crashing the plane? Like, or you mentioned, like, us coming together after 9/11 as a country, uniting and moving forward. You went with the terrorists?
Well, he has apologized, and he said... He emphasized today that he made the comments to discuss the importance of communication and being on the same page.
What, did they learn the communication when they were training on the monkey bars? Like in the middle, like, what are you doing?
He said he regretted mentioning 9/11 in his message, and he immediately apologized to the team. Not only was 9/11 a horrific event in our country's history, but a day that I lost a good family friend.
Ah, that's the key.
You got to go back to that.
You got to go back to that. You got to go back to
I was affected,
yes.
so I can say that.
Good Lord. Like,
yeah, he's really something. I
just because that is not something like off the cuff, right?
He planned it.
I get when people are talking and you're up there, you're kind of freestyling a little bit, and we've all said something. You're like, God, that's not what I wanted. That guy sat around and planned that out. Of all the things that you could bring up to bring people together in the face of adversity, you decided to go with the 9/11 terrorists. You just, what the hell?
No.
It's like when was it like the Tennessee senator that brought up Hitler as like the charismatic guy? He brought up like, it was a while back, but he brought up Hitler as being an inspirational speaker. And then was like, well, I just meant he had the ability to.
Yeah, people do that from time to time. Yeah, again, another one, it's like,
just don't.
I mean,
yeah. How about this?
Of all the people you could choose.
Yeah, 9/11, Hitler, there's just certain things. Although we just had the president of Harvard, Penn, and MIT stepping in it as well. Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, they were called before Congress, because there's a lot of pro-Palestinian movements going around on campus, including marching around calling for the extermination of Israel and the genocide of the Jews. And by the way, this is being allowed on campuses. So in front of Congress, they asked the three presidents of these universities, three of our best, because they all have like anti-bullying policies on their campus. And the lady just simply asked, is not calling for the genocide of an entire group of people, wouldn't that fall under code of conduct and bullying? And not one of them would condemn it. Not one. They were like, well, I mean, one of them said it was context. Needless to say, the very next day, all three of them had to come out and apologize because they may be getting fired real soon. So just this, if you're speaking to a group of people and you're trying to talk about overcoming adversity or being a great leader, don't bring up Hitler. Don't bring up the 9/11 terrorists. And if someone asks, is it okay to root for the extermination of the Jews? Just say no. It's not hard.
Do you think these guys ever like do just a quick Google search? It's like McDermott is like, okay, he's sitting down. He's like, okay, I gotta get the guys on the same page. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna Google great inspirational teamwork stories or whatever.
He was probably watching a documentary and that came across and he's like, yeah, they really had to be on the same page. That's a great message.
Well coordinated.
I would like him to reveal why, like
the thought. I need to show
where
your work.
Did that come from?
I need to see your work. I get you got to the answer, but I need you to show the division. I need to see the process.
Was it top of mind because he was watching something? Probably not. He seems like the guy that's always just, I mean, he's football only.
Yeah.
At the office, always.
So maybe it was top of mind because, he was trying to think of of a group that was us against them, type of thing. Because that's how every football team.
No one believes us. We're Americans.
We're
team.
the worst. Yeah,
and right
everybody
now,
hates us.
And the Bills are struggling, and so it's like, hey, no one believes in us. Just like no one believed that those terrorists could get those buildings down, but they showed us.
There's so many better examples. I heard Danny Meringue bring it up and perfectly state. It's like, even if you want to kind of go 9/11, cringy, but way less cringy, SEAL Team 6, Osama bin Laden. If you want to try, I mean, there's so many better, but still cringy, less cringy examples that you could go with.
All right.
By the way, Sean, just resign.
Yeah,
we
that
know
guy needs to go.
We know where this is going. Okay, the season's not ending the way you want it to. It's been a hell of a run. Let's give you a tap on the fanny and you regret those 13 seconds you left for Patrick Mahomes, but you might want to see yourself out after this one.
All right, Hugh Betcha coming up next. Hugh Offill from A Sportsbook. We will talk to him about betting bowl games.
Someone just sent the word.
And this weekend in the NFL.
Did you see the text?
I sure did. I can read. Should I read that one?
I don't
you
know. I don't know. But I'll just say this. Whoever just sent in that text and you know who you are, you got me with that one.
Quality.
You did.
Quality content. 9/11 humor.
Gosh.
On the text line. Here is Schultz with SportsCenter.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, Week 14 of the NFL kicking off tonight as the Steelers host the Patriots for Thursday Night Football. Bailey Zappi and Mitch Trubisky are starters at quarterback in that one. Najee Harris questionable for Pittsburgh, but is expected to play. The Steelers 5.5-point favorites. Kickoff set for 5:15 on Prime Video. In college football, LSU's Jaden Daniels has been named Player of the Year. He joins Joe Burrow as the second Tiger to win the award in the last 5 years. Washington's Michael Penix Jr. finishing in a distant second, with Ducks quarterback Bo Nix taking third place. Richard Johnson of Sports Illustrated reporting that Michigan and head coach Jim Harbaugh are working on a 5-year contract extension worth $11 million a season. The Wolverines are seeking a commitment from Harbaugh, though, that he will not pursue any NFL jobs during this offseason cycle. Also, the NFL in-season tournament, the NBA in-season tournament semifinals in action right now from Las Vegas. At the half, the Pacers leading the Bucks 63-51. Later on, you got the Lakers and Pelicans matching up. LA, a 1.5-point favorite. They are the home team, but of course, both games in Vegas. That one on TNT at 6 p.m. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schultz from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Get in the game at Spirit Mountain Casino. Watch and wager with our sportsbook powered by BetMGM. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
If you can't find the humor in today's NBA, you're doing it wrong. Heat Check with Trista Crick on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your
Here's our friend Hugh Offell from Alien A Sportsbook, the home for college and pro football fans. This is a segment we like to call Hugh Betcha. You get it? Because his name's Hugh.
Oh, I love it.
Do you get that? It's Hugh. What's up?
Hey, everything's good. How about you guys?
We're great. Do you have a packed house for the NBA in-season tournament semifinals?
We have some people here. I mean, it isn't like crazy like football, but, you may have gotten blind by that court or something like this.
Yeah.
Has there been some increased action, though? I know the viewership's up a little bit. They're pretty happy with it. Have we seen a bump up what we would normally see in NBA betting?
Yeah, it's been a little more, but the NBA gets played really well every day. And I don't necessarily know that it's the in-season tournament that's causing it, but we have done very well both years now that from last year to this. And people like to play the NBA.
Is the NBA, outside of football, is the NBA the next most bet sport for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, less any of the football, but yeah, it is bet pretty hard each day, and it goes well.
What do you mean goes well? Like you take everybody's money or what?
not necessarily. No, we come up with some. We get hammered a few days. Yeah, okay. NBA can be tough.
It just goes well because there's a lot of action. Is all.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yes, goes well because there's a lot of action.
So so NFL is king, right? Like that's your biggest handle.
Yeah, and college is right on its heels. But
really?
There's a lot, but there's a lot more games with college too.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
Yeah, NFL's king, absolutely.
So betting bowl games, Hugh.
Good luck.
Yeah, they're tougher now, for sure. And we were just texting back and forth about this the other day. That you can't predict the opt-outs. And so it's really hard to jump on a number early. So is it, I don't know, how have you changed, or how would you recommend changing how people go about betting bowl games in today's landscape of transfer portal and all this?
It is really difficult. I mean, from a player's perspective, when you're coming up here to bet whatever games you are, I mean, you really have to look, who's in the portal, who's opting out, who's not, who doesn't want to get hurt. It's an option for them, for any of the players if they want to play. So it makes, handicapping these games or putting numbers on them or trying to decide who you're going to take when you can see one that says, just looks so obvious to you. And then it's just terrible game. Really hard from the player's perspective. I mean, other than the national semifinals, it's really tough to gauge these bowl games.
Yeah, like Oregon State, they don't have any players, and then Notre Dame.
Neither does Notre Dame.
Yeah, Notre Dame was like, whoa. Neither do we. I have no idea who's playing in that game, and A&M got hit maybe worse than anyone. They've lost like three quarters of their players.
Yeah, and I'm surprised with all for all these bowl games that are up here. It is the option of the universities to just say no, I may not go. And I could see that, like you say, for each one of those teams that lost all these players, you want to at least go out and make a decent showing, but it could go out there and be a train wreck because they just, if you're down to third and fourth string, I mean, the exhibition, what it would be is that, but you aren't getting the same team that played all year, not even close.
Yeah. Like Oklahoma State is getting 3.5 points against A&M. And Gundy has won like 6 of his last 7 bowl games, and A&M doesn't have anyone. I'm kind of looking at that being like, hell, maybe I'll take the Cowpokes.
Yeah, that's where I kind of go the other way on it, Hugh, and I get what you're saying, but I also think there's massive value on some of these. Now, I do feel like if you bet at bowl games early, you are going to get burned by a few. There's just going to be something where you just didn't see it coming. Maybe the Notre Dame-Oregon State game is a good example. But there's also others like that one that you can see right away. Another one was Missouri and Ohio State. I often err on the side of it's the big boy schools, the blue bloods that are in bowl games that are far less than what they thought they were going to be. That's when I think you can actually predict opt-outs. And Ohio State, Missouri, Missouri's a team that's really good this year, but this is a huge opportunity for them. They get to play Ohio State. They're a well-coached team, won 10 games. All their players are going to play. This is a huge Super Bowl moment for them. You could instantly see that Ohio State wouldn't give a rip, right? Like they were thinking about the college
absolutely.
football. They're thinking about the playoff. Well, if you bet that game right at the start, you would have got Missouri almost plus a touchdown. Missouri is now favored in that game.
Yeah.
So there are certainly opportunities. Now, again, you're going to get burned by a couple, but I think there's also opportunities if you do your homework early, and you can see some of these things.
Oh yeah, with Ohio State starting quarterback, he opted it. He's in the old portal there. So, and you're right, because this is a huge opportunity for Missouri. I mean, Missouri played really well all year. I mean, if you look back when they played Georgia, they played great. I mean, they really turned it on at the end of the year. So, for that club, I haven't heard too much about anybody sitting out or, hitting the portal or anything like that. But you're right. It's important to them. They want to make a statement there to where you can beat one of the blue bloods, like you say.
Now, another game that falls into that category, but I don't know what to make of it, is Liberty, Oregon, because Oregon is in the same position as we were just talking about Ohio State. It's like, you're staring at probably the college football playoff. You're thinking it could be a big season. You lose one game, and now you're playing Liberty. So now their quarterback's going to play, which is interesting. But, Liberty even though they're undefeated, now this is their Super Bowl. This is the biggest game Liberty will ever play.
Yeah. Yep.
But at the same time, they also don't have near the level of talent as Oregon. So how do you handicap that game? I think the spread is 17 now?
It's 17. I mean, I made it 21 simply because, if Oregon goes, look, there's just a huge, I would believe, even in the bowl game, that there is a big difference in talent and what you're doing. Not to sell anything that Liberty did short. Not at all. But, just the talent level of what Oregon has, through, from first string down to fourth. I mean, you have a lot of quality players, and they're going to still play, for pride and what they want to do. Just finish the season off strongly, because they played well against Washington. They just happened to lose by 3. I think that they'll play well. They don't. I don't think that they'll let down against Liberty.
Yeah, I tend to think Oregon might, as long as Dan Lanning can get their attention and motivate
something
them.
Tells me he can.
I think he can.
Yeah,
he's good.
Their D-line,
they will kill them.
They have like a middle school D-line.
Yeah.
Like they're tiny against one of the best O-lines in the country. What's the general's feeling so far on the 4 games that actually matter?
Well, the 4 games that actually matter. I mean, it has been fairly even so far. With Michigan being a 1.5 and the one that we can't bet here, Texas being a 4-point favorite over Washington, fairly even. I've checked out other markets and friends that I have and just see where the action is. A lot of people are betting Texas simply because they don't see what we see out here. Me personally, I would take Washington all day. I think that they'll win this game.
Yeah.
In Alabama, tough. You're going to give Saban points. You're going to give him, a darn near a month to figure it out. Not in a good spot, I don't believe, for Michigan.
Yeah, I love Michigan. They're really good this year, but I almost blindly will bet Alabama catching points.
Yeah.
If you're giving me plus money with Nick Saban in Alabama, I'll take it every day.
Yep, exactly.
So, okay, interesting. What about Georgia, Florida State? Is that one that you can put your finger on? It's kind of a weird one in terms of motivation and opt-outs.
Well, I read something that Florida State even thought about pulling out of the game.
Yeah.
That they may not play in it at all, and just as a kind of a protest. And again, these schools, they can do that. They can say, hey, we're just not going to go. We're not going to play. It again, motivationally for either school. Neither one's in it. And how many are in the portal? I can't get because you're not going to get. I can't make, as I go in and make a line, I'll come up with something that was like Georgia minus 11. But do I feel good about it? No, because you just don't know what's going to happen here. You really are, we're really lost into how much, again, motivation. What's the motivation? Florida State's so just demoralized from not getting in the playoff, and now they're supposed to go back and, you're going to play Georgia in a bowl game. To them, I mean, who cares? It isn't going to make you. You'll never make your point, even if you were to win the game. You're still not going to make your point.
Are there a few bowl picks that you like against the spread that you toss out there?
They're. I don't, like you said. I might like Oklahoma State because it's plus the 3. I think that it's most of them. It's really hard. I mean, when I first saw the line, like you said, when Ohio State was minus 7, I said I got to take this plus 7. I think that it's a good spot for them. I mean, it's a motivation thing, but they're tough games to go through. I've gone through these and mess with making the lines for them. It's just, it's really difficult. I mean, I don't see any, there's not, other than playing the college football playoff games, these are, I mean, you just a crapshoot of knowing what to do here and what sides to play.
Yeah, I think the only ones that I've looked at right now that I will do the two semifinal games, and I like Oklahoma State. Outside of that, I'm with you. Scares the living hell out of me. You know what doesn't scare me? Iowa unders. But I'm on just an absolute heater right now. I'm all aboard the Iowa Express. But does anyone have the balls to bet an under in an NFL game tonight, sitting there at 30? At 30?
I'm taking the over.
You can't bet the under on an NFL game at 30, can you?
No, I mean, I couldn't. I just could not bet the under. But, the Patriots defense has played really well. And now you get Trubisky on the other side. Yikes. I mean, just when Pittsburgh actually when they fired their offensive coordinator in the last couple of weeks, when Pickett was healthy, they actually looked like, hey, you're moving the ball well and you're doing some things. Although they still average, about 16, 17 points a game. And if you look at what the Patriots average in the last 3 games, they've averaged, I think, 4. So in terms of that,
4 points,
4 points, yes. And it would be, look, I could not go under 30. It may go under, but I couldn't in good faith say I'm going to go under 30 points in a pro game. I just couldn't do it.
They're not my Hawkeyes. There's only one team that you trust to go under 30, and that's my boys.
Is the Eagles Cowboys Sunday night? Does that? What do you think of that? I would imagine the public is betting Dallas because that's what the public does. But that hook's a little interesting there. Dallas minus 3.5. What do you think?
I think I think it's a bit of an overreaction. The teams that they have, I mean, they struggled, not taking anything away from the Seahawks last week because the Seahawks played them right there and they could have won that game. I think it's a little overreaction to, everything that could go right for San Francisco did. Everything that could possibly go, just Philadelphia, and just being tired. I mean, let's face it, you just had the big game against the Chiefs that they had. They come home. There's still a game ahead in the whole conference. But I think in this case, I mean, that hook is very interesting. Divisional game, I don't think Philadelphia is going to let this one get away from them.
What about Bills Chiefs? Kansas City hosting the game, minus 1.5. Should be a good one. What say Hugh?
It should be a good one. I think that one thing that I was reading some stuff about, when they went to Lambeau and they lost at Lambeau, but if you look at the conference record, if they were there was times they didn't look really enthused when they played Green Bay. Like that wasn't their A1 effort that we've seen them play before. And if they were going to lose the game, that's the game you're going to lose because it's not within the AFC. The Chiefs are still 6-1 within the AFC. They win this one, and they're 7-1 in the AFC. They can pretty much, they're going to be in control of a lot of things. I think it will be a close game. I think it'll probably be 3 points one way or the other. But McKinnon's going to be. He practiced today, full practice today. I think that it's going to be a tough game. But again, I'll go back to if you get the Chiefs, minus 1.5 at home, pretty tough not to take.
Hugh's pick of the week and the public bet of the week.
Well, the public bet right now is not even close. They are all over San Francisco. Again, it's the eye test. Me personally, no, I would have to take Seattle.
I hear you. That spread is way high.
Yeah, it is. And again, it goes back to the eye test of what, like you say, the general public is what they're looking at. They saw that one game they played, how they've played, and now you're going to think, well, they're just going to blow Seattle up. Well, it's a divisional game, and these divisional games, you're going to get that many points is tough not to take. I think that my pick of the week would probably be the Jags plus the 3 at Cleveland. Trevor Lawrence is supposed to play, and he plays. When we saw him on Monday night, that was a really good game Monday night. He plays really well, and I think Jacksonville can take a stranglehold of everything that they want to do if they win this game. So I'd probably take the Jags plus the 3.
All right, Hugh Offill, A&A Sportsbook, the home for college and pro football fans. Hugh, thank you again. We'll talk to you next week. Thanks, man.
All right, thank you.
See ya. All right. Yeah, I think that Jags line plus 3 is due to that. that is with the idea that it will not be Trevor Lawrence. So if anything becomes official about Trevor Lawrence playing, that line's going to change.
And we don't even know. Like I said, Beathard's beat up too. I think neither one of them really practiced today. So, that's one of those. You might have to wait until Thursday to get any sort of clarity whatsoever on that.
But that Seahawks-Niners line, that thing's at 11.
It's a lot of points. I mean, they beat them. I think they beat them by 20 last time. But
yeah,
Seattle's not a bad team. They're not great, but they're not bad. And if you give me a decent team or a good team, and you're giving me double-digit points, it's hard not to gobble that up.
Yeah, we got to take a break. When we come back, I'll tell you a game that this one, the Seahawks-Niners, we've already seen this exact scenario in the NFL this year, and that it would scream, take the Seahawks. We'll get to that next. It's 3:51 on the Fan. All right, well, Patriots-Steelers tonight. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Jake, I like the field goals.
I'm
taking 3.5 field goals.
I'm not betting a thing. I'm not even. I probably won't even watch the damn thing.
Oh, it'll be on.
You're right. You're right.
What are you going to be
You're
watching?
Right. You're right. You're right. I'm going to be watching the NCAA the in-season tournament.
No, you won't.
Yeah.
No.
Lakers and Suns.
You know how many
times? Lakers and Pelicans.
You know how many times someone has uttered the phrase, I'm not watching this in regards to a football game?
No, I know. I always watch the NFL.
And then you end up watching the game.
I'll watch it, and it will probably actually be good right down to the wire.
Yeah.
But I was mentioning the Seahawks. We were talking to Hugh there, and the Seahawks are 11-point dogs against the Niners, which we talk about this all the time. But divisional rival games, particularly when one team got blown out the prior time, I don't care how bad that team is, these things even out. And we've seen the Seahawks and Niners so many times over the years where it's always it isn't always a battle. Niners blew them out last time. But what I wanted to point out was that we have already had this exact same scenario this season in the NFL.
What do we got?
It was the Denver-Kansas City scenario.
Oh, okay.
So remember, Denver. So let's compare Denver to Seattle in this instance because they are the lesser team, the underdog.
Same sort of thing. Not great, but
a
good coaches, solid team.
Well, at the time when Denver went into Kansas City, it was week 6. We were pooping all over Denver because they started 1-4.
Yeah, they were dead.
Well, they lost to Kansas City by double digits, similar to how Seattle just a couple of weeks ago lost to San Francisco by
like 20 or something.
Double digits. Yeah. I think the final score was 31-13.
Yeah.
Now that was at home, so that's the one area that's different. But Denver goes then and plays Green Bay, gets a win, comes right back to host Kansas City. The Chiefs just beat them. Then they got another win, and we're looking ahead to playing that Miami game over in London. And guess who won that game? And it wasn't even close.
Yeah, Denver got him.
Denver beat them 24-9.
Yep.
Now, I'm not saying the Seahawks are going to win this game, but just 2 weeks ago, they lose by 18 to the Niners. They go and have a tough Thursday night game against Dallas, turn around and go right back to San Francisco. The Niners are sitting here going, we're fat and happy because we just beat the crap out of this team. They're not very good. Oh, and we just beat the crap out of the Eagles. So this is a classic trap spot for San Francisco and a division rival who really needs this game. This is a very similar scenario to the Broncos and Chiefs, and the Broncos won that game outright by double digits.
Yeah, and it's right. You can just smell this thing. Like you're up. I mean, think about it. You're up by 17, and someone scores. You get a meaningless touchdown at the end, and there's your cover.
But the lines are so high because the public just they love Niners. To me, I haven't seen this in the NFL in a while. Maybe the Chiefs when they were cruising in these last couple of seasons, but these lines for the Niners, the market is at the top. It's at the very top. Yeah. Like they cannot make these lines any higher, and people just keep betting the Niners. I'll go the other way. I'll take Seattle.
Well, you look at the 49ers right now, and I often because the 3 losses. Now, some of that obviously with Purdy being beat up, but right, you had the 3 losses in a row. Which certainly takes some of the wind out of the sails, especially when you consider it's Cleveland who, now appears to be floundering a little bit. Obviously, they've got their quarterback situation. Minnesota and Cincinnati, not necessarily teams that are lighting the world on fire. But also look at their wins, because we say this all the time. Pay attention when you're trying to separate teams. Pay attention to when you play other elite teams. And San Francisco has absolutely housed. They housed the Cowboys. They housed the Jaguars, and they housed the Eagles. Those games were absolute beatdowns. So I think what you're looking at is the public is saying, hey,
let's do it. Keep riding it.
Keep riding it. Like every time they play a good team, it is an old-fashioned ass whipping. And if you're San Francisco, you might be on cruise control. If you looked at their schedule, so Seattle, you got the Cardinals and then the Ravens, that's going to be the one. If they go out and alley whip the Ravens, look out, because then they finish up with the Commanders and the Rams, like whatever. San Francisco has a real path here, And maybe after some emotional games, some big games, maybe this is a little bit of a letdown spot.
Yeah, that's what I say. It's a trap.
It's a trap because
they're coming off a big emotional win.
Well, and they talked all that crap going into the game against Philadelphia and all that, and you had the situation with the security guy, and it is really hard even in the NFL to get up week to week to week. And I'm with you. I think there's some value here. That being said, watch them now win by 40 because they just are cruising.
I don't think so. I think your money should be on Seattle.
I think there's a lot of value in getting double digits here.
All right, let's move on to our next hour of radio broadcast. Why the Beavers can thank Notre Dame for Trent Bray. 4 o'clock on The Fan. He's back.
Call me whatever you want. It's fine.
He sounds terrible.
Yeah, he's ill.
He looks great, though.
Hey, thank you.
You know what? You actually do look really good for being sick.
I appreciate that. I was hoping, I'm like, God, I need to shower and just try to like at least fool people by looking decent today.
No, the
so
faux hawk is
hold that
it's extra firm
It's money.
right now.
Yeah, that haircut you got recently, it looks good, bro.
It's dialed in.
Thanks, guys.
It's
Keeping
hot.
the lettuce tight.
You didn't notice my haircut today.
Oh, did you cut your hair too there?
Yeah, I did.
Big Sook.
Yeah, thanks for noticing, you jerk.
Well, you wear glasses like that. It takes my eyes off your bald dome.
Yeah, see, that's if you that's kind of like a, I don't know if that's like a faux pas, but if you go like new look all at the same time with like 6 different accessories and a haircut, I feel like that's gonna throw people off. They can't take it all at once. You got to do haircut, then glasses, ease in.
If you want your head to stand out,
Yeah.
you should not be wearing your glasses.
I had to take them off now because I wanted you to notice. I mean, I put this effort in for you and the people.
It looks the same as it did yesterday.
Well, I'm working on the same haircut for about 15 to 16 years now, so you know.
I need an explanation on something. So I was going to tell you this Trent Bray story.
Yeah.
This little anecdote that Nick Daschel had in one of his pieces on Oregon Live, okay?
The great Nick Daschel.
The great Nick Daschel.
Speaking of good heads of hair, I give you Nick Daschel rocking the Don Sutton probably since like 1974.
So I was able to read the article. I don't know why, but every once in a while on Oregon Live.
Yeah, they give you a freebie.
Yeah, so I read the article.
Sure.
I'm like, oh, that's, we could talk about that on the show. I put it in my notes, right? Okay. So now I just opened the article from my notes and it's behind a paywall. So I can't get to the, can't read it to you.
Can you paraphrase it for
I can't.
me?
That I can do, but I'm going to leave out some probably key details because you know me. But the tease was, so first of all, my question is, why does that happen? Why am I allowed to read it on one device and then the next device?
Well, I think what a lot of places do is they give you freebies, and then because of the cookies, so if you're on one device and you're not logged in, or you're logged in under like a different account, then you can get the freebies. Whereas, or if you read it once and you go back to read it again, it's like, you've already used it. That's why.
Yeah.
Just find a paywall remover.
Well, I tried that. It didn't work.
Oh,
Those don't, a lot of times don't work. They're much like VPNs.
Yeah.
I got a VPN to try to, look, here's what I was going to try to do. I'm just not going to lie to you here. I'm going to California for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
I'm like, I kind of want to bet on sports, right?
I understand.
So I got a VPN to bypass.
Yeah. It said nay.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Well,
DraftKings ain't stupid.
Well, because geo-trackers are way more technologically savvy than VPN. I don't know.
That's right. But I look, there's really no way to bet on like the FanDuels of the world in states that don't allow.
It's tough.
I think it's impossible.
I tried doing that when we first got legalized gambling in Oregon. I tried doing that same thing.
Did you get it done?
No.
Yeah, it doesn't.
So
work.
I would either just bet at work, but it is crazy because I could be driving across the bridge and like halfway across the bridge, then it
switches.
Switches. Yeah, the geofence worked. I mean, those NFL players got caught because they were in the parking lot. It knew that the Lions players were gambling in the parking lot, and that dinged them.
Well, anyway.
Yeah, we digress.
Paraphrasing.
Yes.
So Oregon State's playing Notre Dame in the bowl game. Pretty good little matchup until you realize that neither side has any players.
No.
Although Notre Dame, their coach, they haven't really decided if Hartman or any of those guys are playing. He said he didn't really know.
By the way, the answer to that is they're not going to. No offense to the Sun Bowl, but you're not. It's for players that have any prospects going forward, they're not playing in that thing. They're just not.
So he said one of his little anecdotes in there was that the Beavers can thank Notre Dame for Trent Bray because when Bray was a high school player, his daddy was a coach at Oregon State.
Yes.
And Trent had committed. Now, this is one fact that I'm probably going to get wrong. I don't remember. I think it was either Washington State or Arizona State.
Okay.
One of those two. He had committed somewhere. And he was all set to go. He was not going to Oregon State. But then he went with his dad to that Notre Dame Fiesta Bowl game.
Oh, okay.
And he got, of course, behind the scenes.
He got hooked in with the
game.
Beavs?
Yeah, and he was like, whoa, this was awesome. I want to be a part of that. And then he switched to Oregon State.
I'll be damned.
And he is a Beaver for life, not only having a nice career at Oregon State, but now the head coach at Oregon State. So you can thank Notre Dame for Trent Bray.
Well, thank you very much, Marcus Freeman, even though you...
So I probably didn't get much of that right, but I think that's the gist.
Marcus Freeman was probably like 15 when that went down, but thank you.
Is he younger than Bray? Bray's like 42.
Freeman's pretty young. I'll look and see how old he is. Marcus Freeman is, he's 37.
Freeman's 37?
Freeman's 37.
So Bray is, I think Bray's in his 40s.
So that's...
Maybe not.
Well, the young coaching thing nowadays, that makes me feel
I think Bray's 41 or 42.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. So there you go. Believe it or not,
the
younger coach.
No, there you go.
Freeman. And the Bray thing is interesting because, like, we talked about the roller coaster of emotion that Beaver fan had. So, like, you're going into it. It's like going into Washington, and you're the favorite. And you beat Washington, and then it's for all the marbles in the Civil War, and you come up just short against Washington. Then your coach tells his players, by the way, I'm gone. I've been gone for a month. You come out completely flat in the Civil War and get rolled. And then your coach leaves, and it's like the worst thing that ever happened. And then Trent Bray gets hired, and suddenly that made everything fine in Beaver Nation. And then the portal hits, and like anyone that was worth a damn on your team left. And now we're back to like being like crushed, and you're just holding on to the hope that Trent Bray can be the guy to see you through this. But in reality, no one has any idea if Trent Bray is a good coach or not. We know that Trent Bray is a good defensive coordinator, but he's only been a coordinator for a couple of years. Like, his coaching tenure is really, really new. I mean, he was back in 2017, he was the linebackers coach at Nebraska. And then he came in, he was the linebackers coach for a couple years at Oregon State. He's only been the coordinator for 2 years at Oregon State. And now, by the way, here's your first head coaching job. Your roster is absolutely decimated. You don't have a conference. I don't know how you've got like 6 or 7 of your top guys that have already decommitted into this year's recruiting class. I mean, that poor guy, it may not work out, and it's not his fault. I mean, being a first-year head coach in any circumstance is tough. And he's just up against, and I hope that he's up for the task and they found a rare one. But how many different coordinators can we go back and that everyone thought were going to be great hires? Like, I think of Jimmy Lake. Dude, Jimmy Lake was a slam dunk at UW, and I'm thinking, 2 years? Jimmy Lake got his ass run out of town.
And wasn't he a good recruiter?
Yes.
Jimmy Lake?
Yeah. So, and yet, when he got to be a head coach, apparently he pissed off all of the local high schools up in Seattle, and no one wanted to deal with him. So
Has he resurfaced?
He is a analyst on a NFL team, maybe an analyst with like the Rams.
Oh, really?
I don't know. Well, he had the thing where he kind of punched the player, although not really. He put his hands on him. I don't know why Jimmy Lake didn't resurface as a defensive coordinator somewhere in college, but yeah.
Did you say Rams?
Is it the Rams?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a defensive
assistant head coach.
Yeah, out there. So maybe he resurfaces somewhere. The Trent Bray thing over the next year or two is going to be one of the more fascinating things to watch, because just that entire program is going through a metamorphosis and a challenge that we just haven't seen. This is pretty new to college football. I mean, there's just not many examples you can point to and say, hey, you have to go through this, and now you're throwing a very young head coach in there, and fingers crossed that he's up for the challenge, because it is certainly a challenge.
All right, let's check in on Coach Prime. You remember him?
Yeah, he finally got some good news.
What's up, boss? You believe now?
He was getting kicked in the teeth for a long time.
We'll do that next. 416 on the Fan.
Yeah. The home of Dirt and Spray.
All right, let's check in on Coach Prime. Coach Deion Sanders.
Do you believe?
Kind of fizzled there, didn't he?
Boy, that wasn't a kind of fizzle. That was one of those, like, I'm trying to think of another thing that had like a meteoric rise like that. I mean, they were the story for a month. They had I think it was the second highest rated game in ESPN history when they played a Mountain West team. I mean, you just can't make that up.
They were 4-2.
It's unbelievable.
They, of course, lost to Oregon and USC, but they were 4-2.
Yeah.
And then they had that game against Stanford, and they blew like a 20.
Yeah, they blew a big lead.
21-point lead or something?
Something like that.
Well, if you're a certain New York radio host, they don't believe there was any fallout or Deion falling off anything. It was just everybody being racist.
Fool its ass!
Yeah, that's all it is, guys. We're all just racist jerks.
Then, after the Stanford game, so they were now 4-3, they lost every one of their games.
Yeah.
UCLA by 12, Oregon State by 7.
And that was a blowout, and then they kind of made it interesting at the end.
Arizona by 3, Washington State by 42, and Utah by 6.
Yeah.
So they finished 4-8.
Well, and they didn't just finish 4-8, but they finished in like the ugliest football you've ever seen. Like, it was the worst offensive line in the country. It was maybe the worst job of coaching an offense that I've seen in Pac-12 football, maybe ever. I mean, Walt Harris, Buddy Tevens style, although didn't Buddy Tevens die? Or was it Walt Harris? I think it was Buddy Tevens. Rest in peace.
Yeah, I think Buddy Tevens is gone.
Rest in peace, Buddy Tevens. But like, it was malpractice what they were doing with their offense. They got his son basically killed, broke his back. I mean, it just looked like an abomination. Like they didn't know what they were doing. I think their 4 top players in their high school class all decommitted. Yeah, coaching controversy there. I mean, it just fell apart in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, I'm looking at Walt Harris. He hasn't coached since 2010.
I think I know why.
That Stanford run killed him.
Oh my God, it was so bad.
I mean, he's not dead.
No, but
Tevens is dead.
Yes, he got in a bike accident, I think.
But anyway, Prime. So 2 things. Checking in on the latest. One is good. One is funny. The latter is that Prime has been making headlines because he said he wished he had more privacy this season. Did you see this?
Privacy. He literally filmed everything he did.
He did an interview with People, and he said, "You always wish you had a little more privacy, but the same thing that makes you shine will show your blemishes. So you've got to take the good with the bad. You just can't want everyone there." When the hype machine is rolling, you have to understand there's another side to this.
All right, at least he's being honest.
Yeah,
okay,
that's
right. Not as bad then. Because
Yeah.
when you literally film everything you do and have maybe the most aggressive social media team in the country and then say something about privacy, come on.
Yeah, I think this is a good lesson for any of you fine folks out there. If you are ever filming a reality show or just doing anything on social media, you simply should not be allowed to gripe about privacy.
No.
If you want privacy, you can have it. You just have to
Exactly.
get off of social media and not film yourself doing anything.
It's not that hard.
It really is not that hard.
No. It's like the new trend now is like you have all these people and they film themselves doing crap in the gym and then they're pissed off when people stare at them in the gym or walk in front of their camera. And people always point out, and I think it's true, you're literally recording yourself in a very skimpy outfit so that you can show it to the world and for everyone to see it, but then you're upset when someone in the room looks at you. It's
people, man.
It's
people.
fascinating.
Now, Prime did get a 5-star offensive lineman commit today.
He was supposedly, from what I read, from IMG Academy, he was the #1 offensive lineman. Like Oregon, I guess, was in on him, although...
Yeah, his name is Jordan Seaton.
Yeah, Dirt and Sprague were talking to Brandon Huffman, and they asked about it, and he's like, yeah, it's not coming here. But he was the guy, and I think he was on First Take. I think he was with Stephen A. and Michael Irvin and everything, and he announced it there. He took the Colorado hat off, and...
Well, that's a big get, man.
That is a huge get, because that is,
Because their offensive line was terrible. But also just... tone setter, you know, it's like other kids see 5-star kid going there and they're like, ooh.
Nemec always talks about that if you can get 1 or 2 big time guys like that, it can open the floodgates because those guys talk, they know each other, and it's like, hey, let's all get together. Like Oregon does the SoCal Duck thing, and then those guys can recruit others. Because I still think, even though the portal is obviously a big deal now, and I've heard this from UW fan quite a bit, in that their recruiting class isn't very good. Like when you look at it, it's they're not killing it, and a lot of them have done that. Well, don't worry, we'll clean up in the portal. And I'm all for the portal. If you're not using the portal, you're falling behind. That's the Dabo thing. But I truly believe that still the backbone of your team has to be built through recruiting and player development. Now, I think that the big-time programs now are all going to do the quarterback fill-in thing. I don't think there's a top 25 or top 35 school in the country that's going to say, hey, we have a freshman that's unproven or a sophomore and be like, that's our guy. I think there will always be a quarterback that comes into the portal. And that's just the way it is going forward. And you can add, an elite linebacker or a DB or whatever. But if you are replacing 10 starters off the portal, it's not a recipe for success, especially along like the O-line. You have to be able to grow and develop players. I think there's a core of the team and identity that gets built. And so while the portal has become absolutely necessary in order to fill in spots and make sure that you don't have kind of the dips, we don't have a quarterback, we don't have a receiver. Cool, we'll plug a guy in. I just don't believe you can do the Deion Sanders, you can do the USC thing and just say, we're going to go get, 2/3 of our team and they're all going to be brand new from different places. There's just not enough time in the offseason with limited practices to get those guys playing as a group. It can't be done. So be wary of anyone that says, well, our recruiting class is, it's all right, but don't worry, the portal, we're going to kill it. The portal is a tool. It can't be the only thing.
It's a bit like free agency.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. The teams that win free agency, what do we say about them?
They're just never, it's always overvalued.
Yes. And it's a little different because obviously, the players like Caleb Williams and Michael Penix and some of these guys, like those are really special players. Although to be fair, Penix and Nix weren't really thought of that highly. And both of them ended up being, beyond superstars.
Yeah, I remember when Nix came to Oregon.
Yeah,
people were like,
all
right, I guess we'll give him a shot.
Yeah, it's like it's a 1 year fill-in. It's a 1 year. Yeah, here we are. 2 years later, one of the best quarterbacks you've ever seen in this conference, and one of the best quarterbacks you've ever seen in school history. But we always say a lot of times in free agency, the really good players usually don't end up in free agency. They don't. Schools pay, the teams pay them. Patrick Mahomes is never going to be a free agent. He's not. Jalen Hurts isn't going to be a free agent. It's just that you lock up those guys. And it's a little different in college because if you're at a school, you may just be looking for better opportunity and schools can pay a lot more than others.
Yeah.
But again, really good players don't leave really good programs when everything is going well. That is going to be the exception. It is not going to be the rule. For instance, like Jalen Milroe, the quarterback at Alabama, who's killing it right now. You think Milroe's going to go in the portal? No. The only reason Kyle McCord went in the portal is because Ohio State was going to bench his ass and go get a different quarterback.
I think, to your point, I feel like the better players are the smaller school ones.
Yes.
Like they're just an outstanding player,
Yes.
but on a level that's a little lower, so they want to jump up.
Yes. You're going to...
Like Damian Martinez. I mean, I know Damian Martinez isn't in the portal, but that's the type of guy.
Or you look at I forget his name, but there's a kid out of Texas, San Antonio, that's their defensive end that I saw a highlight package of him this year. Holy crap, he looks like Dwight Freeney.
Where did Jordan Birch come from?
Georgia. Birch came from South Carolina.
Yeah. So maybe
yes.
That's maybe that type
again, you're at South Carolina and you're like, look, we ain't winning anything. And I'm going to go try something different. Or you get the Fleming kid out of Ohio State, who's a really good receiver, but he's played behind great receivers. And he's like, I want to go somewhere. But I think it's more of like you said, Jordan Addison's at Pitt. Jordan Addison loses his quarterback, and he's like, well, I'm at Pitt. I'm going to go to USC and make $2.5 million and play with Caleb Williams. That's going to be the one where you bring it from smaller to the bigger programs. But I just don't think you're going to see a lot of elite players at elite schools that are coming off great years that are going to bolt. You just like Bo Nix, goes to Oregon and has a great year. I don't necessarily think that Bo's bolting that next year. Like Dylan Gabriel had that, I guess, this year at Oklahoma. He was a graduate transfer.
You'd have to see like insane amounts of money. I mean, and that's never, I don't think we're going to see $5 and $10 million NIL quarterbacks, although I have been wrong on that kind of thing before.
So I just think that the portal certainly has changed football forever. You have to embrace it. I just think it's dangerous to say that the portal has become more important than recruiting. If you asked me if my school could be a hammer recruiter or hammer in the portal, I had to choose one. Let's say you're going to be, 70% one, 30% the other, right? You're going to be elite, and then you're going to be, okay, I will take the recruiting every time and fill in a few spots with the portal, as opposed to saying, hey, just, don't worry about growing and developing and having some consistency, because I'll just go into the portal. That's just, I don't know. We'll and time will tell as we go on, but that's just my, we've only been doing this for a couple years, but I think the writing to me is on the wall going forward, that there is value in it. Because if you look at Michigan, you look at Alabama, you look at Texas, even to some extent UW, right? Like Penix is a transfer, but that old line that's just up for the Joe Moorhead Award,
homegrown.
That's homegrown. And Ndunze, homegrown. McMillan, homegrown. I think Polk was a transfer, but I mean,
well, Johnson was a transfer.
Johnson was a transfer, but their starting running back wasn't. But ZTF and Trice, I mean, those are still homegrown kids. Alabama and Michigan are almost exclusively homegrown kids. They fell in, transfer portal and they'll put them in there. But, Georgia and Bama, those guys are still recruiting. They're not bringing in 17 new starters.
Definitely true. All right, in the news is coming up next. It is back. Here's Schultz.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
This update brought to you by X Golf. It's indoor golf season. Check out X Golf in Vancouver or Tualatin, the home of indoor golf, online at xgolfpnw.com. First on The Fan, Week 14 of the NFL kicking off tonight with the Steelers hosting the Patriots for Thursday Night Football. Bailey Zappi and Mitch Trubisky are starters at quarterback in that one. Najee Harris was questionable for Pittsburgh, but is expected to play. The Steelers 5.5-point favorites. Kickoff set for 5:15 on Prime Video. In college football, LSU's Jaden Daniels named the AP Player of the Year, joining Joe Burrow as the second Tiger to win the award in the last 5 years. Washington's Michael Penix Jr. finishing in a distant second, with Ducks quarterback Bo Nix taking third place. Richard Johnson of Sports Illustrated reporting that Michigan and head coach Jim Harbaugh are working on a 5-year contract extension worth $11 million a year. The Wolverines seeking a commitment, though, that Harbaugh will not pursue any NFL job during this offseason cycle. Going on right now, the NBA in-season tournament. A couple of games in the semifinals slated for tonight. 2 minutes, 40 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. Pacers lead the Bucks 113-110. Looks like Damian Lillard is at the line right now for Milwaukee. Just made it 111 and about to make it 112-113. Once again, 2:40 to go in the game there. Later on tonight, a 6 p.m. tip between the Lakers and Pelicans for the other semifinal matchup. Lakers are 1.5-point favorites in that one. You can catch it on TNT. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schultz from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Get in the game at Spirit Mountain Casino. Watch and wager with our sportsbook powered by BetMGM. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
Every day, get the NFL headlines delivered straight to you. Follow the Best Football Show with Brian Baldinger on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Leafs has been Portland's #1 choice for
treats because that means you're at like a fair or some sort of picnic.
There's never cotton candy by itself.
No. And there's always, like, anytime there's cotton candy, there's going to be an elephant ear. And why would I get cotton candy when I got an elephant ear? It's obsolete.
Do you like funnel cakes?
Love a funnel cake.
Me too.
Love.
So good.
Yeah.
All right.
We need more funnel cake like stands.
I agree.
When we were in Iceland, I don't know what the deal is over there, but like every corner that you went to, there was a funnel cake stand. Like coffee stands, but with funnel cakes.
They know what they're doing over there.
It was amazing.
You guys ever had Indian fry bread? It's pretty much like an elephant ear, but you can go more savory with it. Like I do taco toppings on it. Oh my God. Every time I tried, there was a powwow. Can't not have one of those. It's amazing.
There's actually the powwow. That's not a racist term. We actually powwow.
Yes, no, my Confederated Tribes of Grand Round, we hold a yearly powwow, usually right around August. August.
That's why I was wondering, because I assumed powwow was some sort of like John Wayne awful 1940s reference.
Get back out of your powwow, pilgrim. No, and I could make that joke because I'm Native American.
Yes. So. Just saying, go watch some of those Wayne movies sometimes. It's a little uncomfortable.
There's also letter writing day.
Oh, I couldn't tell you. Well, you know what? I write cards. Does that count?
No.
Nah, I don't write letters.
Does anybody do that anymore?
My dad still writes a letter every now and then.
Well, yeah, like the NCAA works in letters.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, like is writing,
but that's typing a letter.
Yeah, I'm thinking of a handwritten letter.
I don't know.
I write cards. I'm a handwritten card guy, but letters, it's a bridge too far. Who the hell would I write a letter to?
Yeah,
a pen pal?
I don't really know why anyone would write a letter. I guess just grandma, you know.
I guess, yeah. I don't have any grandparents left, but you know. Does anyone our age have grandparents?
I know.
I'm happy that we have parents.
I know.
You know, let alone grandparents.
Well, it's back, guys. Buckle up.
What do we got?
The Mount Hood Christmas train.
Oh, yeah.
Or I mean the Mount Hood. Wait, yeah, the Mount Hood Railroad Christmas train.
More importantly, are we getting the song? I'm not going unless I get the song.
I didn't see the song on their ad.
Then I'm not going.
Or I didn't hear it.
Bring it back.
But it's if you go to Mount Hood Railroad, go to their website, you can get the deets on the train, bro. $65 to $90, depending on what experience you want.
Yeah,
that's per person, so it's kind of cheap.
We did that when my kids were younger. We did the Thomas the Train one, and we did and I don't know if they're still doing it around Christmas, but they used to do the Polar Express, where they screened it and like they had the guy dressed up like the Tom Hanks conductor. And I don't think this is just the Christmas train, right? And they do Santa and sing carols and all that.
They call it the Mount Hood Christmas train, right?
Yeah.
I don't really know what I feel like so it says that the duration is only 1 hour and 12 minutes. I think they go to Hood River. But yeah. I don't know if you then get out and do things in Hood River or if you just turn around and come back. I don't know. There is a bar. I did see a report on Fox 12 where they were showing it, and there's a bar in there.
The one
so that's nice.
The two that I remember going, again, this is so long ago, we went and came back. There was not.
And you never went off the train. You just.
Yes, we stayed on the train.
Yeah.
I don't remember getting off and wandering around.
That's odd to me.
So now it goes to Hood River and back?
Yeah,
or,
I believe that's it.
Well, I know Hood River is one of the 4 cities in the U.S. where you can walk around with open containers. So, but I'm not.
There may have been.
That's a fun fact.
Absolutely. Yeah. One of the reasons I had my wedding there. It was freaking awesome.
What are the other 3?
I would believe it'd be Nolens, Savannah, Georgia, and then Las Vegas, Nevada.
Look,
you have to check me on Savannah, but I think
can we be honest too? Dude, I walk around Portland plenty of times with a beverage.
I know
in my
you
hand.
See it a lot now.
Yeah, look,
that's fair.
Cops don't care.
If you're gonna bust me for carrying around a high life, come on,
just don't do anything stupid.
Exactly. I got a lady smoking crack on the sidewalk, but you're gonna give me a hard time?
Oh, they didn't even care about that.
For having a banquet? Get out of here.
That's nothing to them.
But
they're like, what?
Yeah. There may have been an option to get off the train. I just don't remember doing it because, to be honest with you, it was like, can we just... All right, we did the...
Can we get through this?
Because I got a long drive home. So, kids, let's, you made the trip. You saw Santa. Let's go.
Yeah, that's another one where I'm sure it's wonderful, but you're probably not going to catch me on the train. I don't know. But Santa's on there for the kids.
Look, if you have little kids, I found it. I don't remember it being that expensive. Maybe inflation has gone, I remember it being a good time. I think my kids have happy memories of doing it.
Okay.
So
that's good.
I don't know if I'd bring teenagers on that thing, but I remember thinking it was neat that my kids got to do the whole Santa thing, and they did. They did a nice job.
We love Christmas things.
Yes.
Just creating memories for the kids around Christmas. That's what it's all about, and that's another one.
Yeah. I wish they'd bring back the song though, because I want to go. I want the Going to Christmas Town song.
Now we don't listen to our own app, but if we did, one of our texters is saying that the train jingle plays on our app during our breaks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Schultz, I'm going to need you to see if you can find the Christmas Town jingle, because I'm going to need to hear it. I missed that thing.
Oh, and they're saying the train starts in Hood River. I don't know. Go to their website. Joseph Emerson, the Alaska Airlines pilot, arrested for attempting to shut off a plane mid-flight. You remember that guy?
I do remember that guy.
Well, he's been released.
Yeah, he gets to get out while awaiting like 100 murder charges.
He will be allowed to return to his home in California. Remember, he lives in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
But they are actually lowering his charges. He is not. So he was released on $50,000 security. He's required. He can't possess or use any controlled substances. That includes the boozy. He has to do drug testing, everything.
Can't be anywhere near a plane.
But they are not charging him with attempted murder.
Really?
Right.
Oh, I didn't see that. What are they charging him with?
They are charging him with 83 counts of recklessly endangering an aircraft.
Do we know what? I mean,
it doesn't say what the difference is in terms of.
Yeah, what prison time? I mean,
yeah, but he's going to prison, bro.
I would assume you're going to prison for a long time, and he should go to prison for a long time. I'm not a big believer of I had a bad day. We love to use that excuse of I was having a bad day. I wasn't myself. Cool. You can become yourself when you're sitting behind bars. It drives me crazy. You could have killed, and you tried to kill everyone on that airplane. Sorry, consequences.
This is an example situation. This is where the judge is going to have to step up and say, yeah, nobody does this, and here's why.
Yes.
Apparently his wife says he deserves to be home.
Well, of course she does.
I deserve to fly on an airplane where one of the employees doesn't try to kill me. That's what I think I deserve.
Yeah, I wonder if any of those 200, or 88 passengers, however many there were, actually think that he deserves to be home as well. I wonder.
Again, no one wants to take responsibility for, I was on mushrooms. You know what? I love mushrooms too. You know what I've never done on them? I've never tried to crash an airplane. I've hugged a tree. I forgot to turn on my PlayStation for like 2.5 hours. That stuff happens. I leave little notes like don't use the oven, put one on the door, don't leave. Never have I had to write one out that said don't crash an airplane. Sorry.
Yeah, they're now claiming that he suffered a panic attack while on the flight, and he was in a dreamlike state. That's according to his attorney. This guy has a very attorney-like name.
Yeah.
His name is Levi Horst.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I trust Levi Horst to defend me.
I've actually seen a couple, it was murder cases, but there has been the I was dreaming defense thrown out there before a couple times in court, and I don't think it's gone very well in either instance.
I'd like to do the tethered swimming on that, a.k.a. TS.
No criminal intent, thought he was in a dream. That's what they're arguing. So he pleads not guilty. He gets to go home. We'll see. We'll see what happens there.
Boy, I hope they throw.
I don't know, bro.
I hope they throw his ass in prison for a significant period of time.
Coming up next, we have more layoffs at Nike. It's 4:46 on the Fan.
Oregon Ducks football is on the Fan.
Here's third down at the 17-yard line, 3rd and goal. Snap and Bo
2023, we are catching wind of more rolling layoffs at Nike.
Yeah, I guess they were trying to do this one sneaky style.
Yeah. They have made cuts in various divisions, including human resources, recruitment, sourcing, brand, engineering, digital products, and innovation. But they're not really talking about it. And one Nike employee who was laid off said they feel like they want to keep it confidential.
Yeah,
There's been no communication about it.
Yeah, no one wants to, because in the past, they've done it's been kind of big news when they've kind of gutted places, but they're trying to keep this one quiet.
I don't know how you feel about Nike. I mean, I know there's a lot of investor type people who are rather bearish on Nike.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know better than I'm not a shoe guy, but it sounds like that Air Jordan and Air Max are struggling. Those brands have declined.
Have they?
And I don't really know. But I was just reading some investor people saying that.
Because I love Nike. I mean, the vast majority of athletic gear that I have is Nike, but I also know that as a 45-year-old man, I don't necessarily think that I'm on the cutting edge of trends.
I don't know. I just don't know. I love Nike. I think Nike's great, but it does seem like maybe it's slipping a little in terms of the eyes of the people that matter, which are the youngers.
The youngs. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, because you have seen more athletes, kind of the younger ones going with kind of upstart brands and, people trying to take a bite out of them. But I know Nike's still king. I mean, they crush everybody from Adidas and Under Armour and Puma. I mean, no one touches them, but when you're that big and you are the king, any sort of dip, it's hard to stay on top by that margin forever. But I do know that in the athleisure wear, Nike is they're the NFL of that.
I got a little hot take here. I think Nike could improve its standing in the athleisure world a little bit, or just athletic apparel world, by allowing actual customers, like just the normal fans like you and I, to get their hands on not the jerseys, but the actual equipment, like the shoes, the undershirts, the other things that people would maybe wear every day that are styled for the teams, but maybe produce those more en masse. Because I don't know, I go and I see the same shirts every time at the rack. There's nothing. There's not much choice for me. If I could I see what the players are wearing, and I'm like, oh my God, I want that. Where can I find it? I can't find it anywhere. I'm 34. I'm kind of older millennial, but that's kind of
best
where
place to find it. You know what it is?
Where?
Goodwill, bro.
Jonathan Smith.
Yeah.
Wait till the coach leaves. All his stuff ends up at Goodwill.
Someone went and took a video of that. There was an entire rack.
I'm so mad.
An entire rack of.
Is it gone?
Oh yeah.
Dang it.
And it was an entire rack of Jonathan Smith stuff, because it says Jonathan Smith on the tags.
Yeah.
But again, I saw people killing it. What do you want him to do with it?
Well, I thought it was nice that he donated.
Exactly. And we've asked coaches before, and that's what most of them do, is they give it to Goodwill, because you just have closets.
Well, and it's easy. Like they're rushing out of town to go recruit. It's like, where's the nearest Goodwill? Goodwill's so easy. If it's open, you just drop it right in the their little basket thing.
And for some Beaver fan, I'm assuming that's a cool thing. You're getting, getting Jonathan Smith. I mean, all the team, as Schultz said, you want all the team apparel stuff?
I'm kind of mad that I couldn't get my dad one of his sweatshirts for Christmas or something. That would have been
Your dad's a Beav?
My dad's a Beav, yeah.
Whoa.
That would have been a great present. Like, here you go, Dad. That's Jonathan Smith's sweater from Game 7 this year.
You better get your ass down to Corvallis and see if you can pick through some stuff.
Nah, it's already gone. If it were posted on social media yesterday, within 2 hours, I was picked through.
I would assume so. Well, they do, and I know Oregon does the surplus sale every year around the spring game, and you can buy helmets, jerseys, cleats, all the stuff from the, and that is team issue stuff. And they do a big one and I know that's always a really popular thing.
It is an interesting point you bring up though, Schultz, because some of that stuff is pretty cool. I'm just thinking of Oregon. You look at their coat and like, oh, that's a cool shirt. I'd get that if I were. But you can't get them anywhere else. So that makes me wonder if the stuff that they make specifically for coaches and teams are maybe a little higher level. In other words, their margins aren't quite as good on those. They're not going to make them in bulk and sell them.
I'll tell you what, it's really nice and it's expensive.
That's what I mean.
Even the stuff that you can buy, the sideline apparel, it's spendy.
Yeah, so they're only making a little bit of it. They're making it really nice because they have those contracts with those teams, and that's totally different than what they're making for the masses. So they're not going to.
And the other one too is I think this goes for everything. There's the rise of the little independent brands. is I'm not just talking about like Puma and Under Armour and Adidas and stuff like that, but like in the world of like workout gear now, I mean, there's everything from like Gymshark to what was the other one? Like, what is it? Like 10,000. And there's all these different little brands that have now popped up that have kind of you see it a lot when you go to the gym. You just see a lot of not off-brand, but boutique brand stuff.
I bet you more women wear Lululemon than they do Nike nowadays.
A lot of Lululemon. You see a lot of like Fab Athletics, like Kevin Hart advertises that, and some of that stuff is pretty good quality and is a little cheaper. And I just you see a lot of people wearing more of that stuff, and maybe that takes a bite out of it too.
Well, I think with COVID changing, you know, like I think more people shop online, right?
Yes.
For clothes, and so that brings into play like European brands.
Yeah.
I know in golf, some of the European brands have some pretty nice stuff. Or Asia has a lot of
really good stuff.
Golf brands, and you can order stuff, and they'll just.
What is it like? The Grayson makes a bunch of golf stuff now that's like super high end in G4, and that's not Callaway, that's not Nike. That's I don't know who started that stuff, but I feel like recently in the last couple of years, you just like, and it all comes on Instagram and Twitter. You see ads for it, and then you click on it. You're like, holy hell, it's more expensive than Nike.
Oh, that new brand that a bunch of baseball players are advertising now, Travis Matthew. Like I wear them constantly. Yeah. I buy them at Nordstrom, and they probably have cut into my Nike purchases.
Good golf brand there too.
Absolute, damn right, they're comfy.
December 7, 2023, in the news. Up next, the very hot 5 at 5. We have a lot to get to, a lot in college football. The in-season tournament is underway. A stunner out of golf, and a big baseball trade. All next on The Fan.
Nick Suk here for the Big Ford store, Vancouver Ford. Locally owned and #1 in
Right, welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Thursday. At least it's not pouring down rain.
It was raining pretty good when I was driving in.
Well, it's not now.
Stopped?
Okay.
Yeah. All right, we'll take it.
Yeah, take that.
We'll take it.
For data.
Who was that? Was that that was the Grizzlies coach, right? That had that? Take
Yes.
that for data. I don't know what
his name
I
was.
forget. But yeah, the take that for data guy.
I remember his name. That was a flash in the pan, though.
Yeah.
That guy.
Yeah.
Hell of a drop. I think we have that somewhere, but
Probably.
I can't find it.
Good luck finding it.
It's me, Rob, your one half of your sports bros, and Big Soup's right over there.
Right here.
We've got Schultz back. He sounds terrible, but
he's playing hurt. He's pulling a Dan Lanning and choosing not to be sick.
yeah, he made the decision today.
Well, I don't think
Friday Eve,
I don't think he had a choice because Will Ortner couldn't fill in because Swag is demanding that he do pilots.
Yeah, well, Swigard is actually here tonight.
Yeah.
Because they are broadcasting the Pilots game from here.
Remotely.
Correct.
But
so he is currently in one of our conference rooms.
Yeah.
Watching the game and broadcasting it.
But I was not aware that apparently Swag gets like first pick.
Because they're in North Dakota.
Yeah. And they've not sending Swag to North Dakota. But apparently Swag can pick his own. Like Will's not allowed to do anything else when the pilots are on. Swag has personally requested Will Ortner.
You know what?
He's like his own personal catcher.
This is so classic Swigard. I was talking to sales manager extraordinaire Ryan Cooley earlier today.
Yeah.
And Cooley was laughing and he said, Swag came up to me and he was telling me that he's doing the Portland Pilots basketball game from one of the
studios.
conference rooms. Yeah. And he asked Ryan Cooley if he wanted to bring any clients through to watch.
Stop it.
Not even kidding.
Oh my God.
I love that man. anyone want to get a sweet inside?
And he's serious.
look?
Like Swag walking around. Just picture Swagger. Coach or Cooley, if you got any clients around, it might be cool. They can come in and watch us do the Portland Pilots broadcasts from the conference.
Play North Dakota.
If you wonder why we give Swag so much S, that is a prime example of why. Right there.
I'm guessing no one took him up on that offer.
Right there. No.
That's disappointing.
And then Swigard comes by, and I haven't seen Swigard forever. So I was talking to him. He's like, hey, because Swag and I, we go way back.
Oh, yeah.
But he does mornings now. I never see the guy. Afternoon guys never see the morning guys.
Yeah.
And we were catching up, and he's like, hey, if you want to come in and see how it goes down, let me know. I'm like, no, I think that's okay.
He threw that out to you?
Yeah, he did. He's like, come on in and check it out.
You've been in this business for 20 plus years, and you want to go see how remote Pilots basketball is
well,
done?
Again, that's our friend Swigard right there.
Well, maybe you want to see how that sausage is made.
He's like, hey, when you're done with the show, come on by. I'm like, yeah, I'll probably not. But.
Well, to be fair, I saw Danny hanging out there, and I said, what the hell are you still doing here?
Oh, there you go, yeah.
And Danny dropped going to the remix game. Dude. And I went, what? And I said, what did you pay for that ticket? And he goes, no, season-long credential. Whip that bad boy out. Danny goes to all the Rip City remix games. Covers them.
What's more absurd?
I got to say the Rip City remix thing.
Yeah.
Because he's got to travel for that. I mean, Swag lives here. I think he's got a little apartment upstairs. He's got that Paul Allen condo. I think he just lives in the rafters. And then he descends every now and then to do the Pilots games. And they're paying him to do it. Danny, on the other hand, is covering the remix. And I think he's just covering it for S's and giggles. Like, it's not required.
Man, he must really love it.
He loves
That's crazy.
the NBA. And apparently the G League.
And in his defense, I would say the remix game more entertaining than the Thursday night football game on Prime Video tonight.
The answer to that question is no.
Yeah, come on, man.
Really?
Even bad NFL is great.
Remix versus the NFL?
Who plays for the remix?
Doo-Wop Reith?
No, he does not.
No, he started for Portland last night.
Doo-Wop's my guy. He's the best thing. I love me some Doo-Wop on the Blazers.
No, but seriously, who's on the team?
Scoot Henderson was on the team for 2 hours.
No, but seriously, who's on the?
I'll pull up
who's
the
on
roster.
my remix?
I don't.
This is why we need Danny to cover it.
Well, he is.
You have a big report tomorrow.
Season-long credential. I think he just wears it around his neck at all times like a necklace. That way,
that is wild.
If a remix game breaks out, Danny is always prepared to cover it because he wears the lanyard.
So wait, he doesn't have to do that.
No, he does not.
He just does it because he wants to?
Yes.
G League, he's going to all of them? Like, I get going to one or two.
No,
but
I think he goes to the games.
If the Rainiers were here, I would be at their games as well. Absolutely.
What?
The Rainiers. If like my Mariners, if
AAA.
he
Okay.
loves the Blazers, so I get.
Well,
if my
okay.
minor league team were here, yeah, I'd be there too.
I see what you're saying.
The
But minor league baseball is different than minor league basketball.
the Baji guy, he was played the guard with the horrible
Ibu
receding hairline. He played this year for the Blazers for a handful of games. Moses Brown is there.
Oh, I know him.
I believe they signed
Well, what's his nuts there?
what's his
I'm
nuts?
going to that lake.
The Mo Harkless they signed to the remix.
Oh yeah,
Right?
yeah.
I don't know if he's playing, but I saw Mo Harkless.
Why is he playing on the?
He's
Shouldn't he retire?
He's trying to make his way back into the league.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, because he wants to keep playing, man.
Okay, but isn't it a sign that if they're relegating you to G League, maybe you don't have it anymore?
No, it's just
Like, what does he think he's going to do? Like,
heart, man. He's got heart.
dominate? I love Mo Harkless. Don't get me wrong, but does he think he's just going to dominate the G League, and all of a sudden somebody's going to be like, here's
The answer to that question is yes.
I think Mo Harkless thinks he's better than the 400th guy in the NBA. Yeah, that is what he's thinking.
All right,
If
I wish
you
him
wanted
the
to
best.
know who was on your remix, there you go. There's no one else you've heard of.
All right, we've got super hot sports talk coming up, but you guys already knew that. We've got to talk about Cosmics tonight in the club, but right now, the hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victoricos.com. Number 5.
Masters champion Jon Rahm has shunned the PGA Tour for Live Golf,
Really, he shunned them for hundreds of millions of dollars, but
but he's going to Live.
yeah.
The deal is thought to be for 3 years, over $300 million, with an ownership stake that could take his total value deal to over $600 million.
Yeah, which, by the way, would make just his money alone more than the entire pool for the PGA.
It's crazy. Now,
You
if you're
can't. and I saw the interview, he did it on Fox News. He went on with, I think, Brett, is it Brett Baer?
Yeah, Brett Baer.
He went on there, and it was adorable because they wouldn't talk about the money at all, but he just said that he made the right decision for his family.
Well, if you're wondering how this happened, Live, they entered into a partnership with the PGA Tour. So, but the no poaching players clause that they had originally signed on to, that deal was actually scrapped. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah.
So Live can still bring players over. And Rahm, he won the Masters.
Number one player in the world.
So his life changed because he won the Masters. He's now exempt for that event and for several other years in other majors. So he needed to play on the PGA Tour before winning the Masters. He doesn't need it as much now, and then they throw $300 million at you, and he's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
And potentially $600 million.
Remember, he's buddies with Phil Mickelson.
And he did say that he hopes all his friends will remain his friends and that this doesn't cause a rift. I liked the Rahmer, so that sucks, though.
In-season tournament, down to the semis, neutral site in Vegas. The first game is already over. They played this today at 2 for some reason. The Pacers beat the Bucks 128-119. Tonight we get Pelicans-Lakers.
You think anyone in the NBA is happy about the big potential Pacers-Pelicans final?
No.
In the in-season tournament?
Well, probably the Pacers and Pelicans.
Yeah, no one else. Something tells me Milwaukee and LA was the NBA's preferred matchup. So much for it being fixed.
Patriots-Steelers tonight on Thursday Night Football. It is Zappe versus Trubisky, which has produced the lowest over-under total in a night game since 1980. 30.
Iowa laughs at your 30. Laughs.
Now, did you bet this game? Did you really place a bet on this game?
I did not.
Yeah, I didn't either.
No. And to be honest with you, I don't think I could place an under of an NFL game at 30 points.
No, I'd just bet the over if I would bet anything. But I was telling a friend today, we were talking about this game, and I said, sometimes the best bets are the ones you don't place.
I can't do it.
Oregon State loses offensive coordinator Brian Lindgren. He is headed to Michigan State, joining Jonathan Smith. Former Beavers baseball coach Pat Casey will be inducted into the College Baseball Hall of Fame.
Congratulations to a good dude. I love me some Pat Casey.
Great guy. He won 3 national championships in Corvallis. And there's a report that Michigan is trying to lock up Jim Harbaugh with a 5-year deal worth $11 million per. The holdup being him signing off on not pursuing NFL gigs.
Well, and I don't know if maybe I'm reading this wrong. Though everything I saw was saying that they wanted him to sign that he wouldn't go after it this cycle.
Yeah.
What? So you're going to sign that $11 million deal and then leave a year later? Like, Harbaugh's such a douche. But the guy can coach.
Wait, what did he do?
Well, everywhere that guy, like, you're telling me that you can't, you want an $11 million deal from Michigan, and you're not willing to say for 1 year you won't go look for an NFL job?
Well, how do we know he's not willing to say that?
Well, otherwise the contract would be done. They're saying that's the holdup. And I'm assuming that the holdup isn't Michigan. That would be Harbaugh's.
5-star offensive lineman recruit Jordan Seaton picks Colorado over Oregon, Ohio State, Florida, and Tennessee. That's a huge get for Coach Prime.
Yeah, because their recruiting class was decommitting at an alarming rate. And their offensive line might have been the worst I've ever seen.
Oregon, a strong favorite to land 2 transfer quarterbacks. Not only Dylan Gabriel from Boomer Sooner, but also Dante Moore from UCLA. That at least is the latest scuttlebutt there.
Boy, that'd be something if you managed to do that. Because the whole reason Moore left in the first place was that he wanted to play right away. And now you've already wasted a year, and you're going to go to Oregon and sit behind Dylan Gabriel?
And he says he wants to develop now. He has flipped from 12 months ago.
2 other portal notes. Oregon has offered Oregon State corner Jamad McCoy. So, don't know if they'll get him, but they've offered him. And then Florida's running back Travis Etienne is leaving the Gators. He has entered his name into the portal, which makes him probably the top running back in the portal.
McCoy's, by the way, got offers from everywhere. Like, he keeps tweeting out, and like everyone wants a piece of that guy.
And number 1, a 7-player trade at the baseball winter meetings. The Yankees have landed outfielder Juan Soto.
Yes.
So New York also gets whiff machine Trent Grisham. 5 players go to San Diego. 4 of them pitchers, big leaguers Michael King and Johnny Brito. Also prospects Drew Thorpe and Randy Vasquez, Thorpe being the main guy there. The Friars' 5th guy will be catcher Kyle Higashioka, I think is right, Higashioka. Diamondbacks signed lefty pitcher Eduardo Rodriguez, 4 years, $80 million.
Yeah, the Yankees are doing we're in it to win. We're going all in. Now apparently they're going to go spend a bunch of money on pitching. So the Yankees apparently 15 years is too long. So they're throwing all the cash in.
And what's this with the Diamondbacks? They got money, even though the Mariners have trouble with their regional sports network. The Diamondbacks had the same trouble 6 months ago, but they can spend some cash.
God, dang it. Will you let them do their job first?
It's not over.
You guys, you know what? When we all come back and they've signed Adam Duvall, Justin Turner, and insert second baseman and backup third baseman.
That's
here.
fair. That's fair.
I will come back at you guys with
I
some
don't know. I
vitriol.
think Justin Turner would be a nice little sign.
Oh, shut up!
Is there a time machine? Can you go back about 4 or 5 years?
He's a good little ball player.
He's not good anymore.
He's all right.
Look, if Justin Turner is your big offseason acquisition, then you have every right to be upset.
Victory.
They do have a lot of backup catchers they've acquired this offseason, so get excited about that.
Victor Rico's Mexican food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now at victorricos.com. Let's talk a little bit about Juan Soto, the intensity of the in-season tournament as well. Did you catch anything I just said?
Yes.
You didn't, did you?
Oh.
Dude, it's going to be a big segment next.
Oh, Juan Soto and in-season tournament talk? I caught it all.
You did catch it.
Yes.
Maybe I'm lying.
What?
It's 5:17 on the Fan.
What's
Well, I got to tell you, Patriots, we were talking earlier about the over-under on field goals in the Steelers-Patriots game.
3.5, I believe.
Yeah, Bailey Zappi's driven the Patriots right down the field, just marching right down the throats of the vaunted Steelers defense.
Well, they'll stall.
It is 2nd and 7. They are at the 11-yard line of Pittsburgh.
This reeks of sack and field goal. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's your first field goal. Am I wrong? Oh, no, touchdown! Ah! What is that?
Ezekiel Elliott with a touchdown.
See the over, bro.
Yeah, easy peasy.
Come on, man.
This thing's going to be 7-3. You think the Patriots are going to score again against the Steelers? Enjoy it. That's your one score.
I know, it is often that first drive looks so promising, and then the team does nothing after that.
Scripted out. The team doesn't make any, all of a sudden teams make adjustments, and then everything comes grinding to a halt. No offense. I doubt that Zappy's leading a 31-point onslaught here.
Looks pretty good.
It did.
Nice little scramble.
Yeah,
Threw it away when he was under duress. Solid quarterback.
Freaking Zappy.
Better than Mac Jones. AAA heating and cooling poll question today at 1080 The Fan on X. From Thursday's Sportsing headlines, what sucks most? Soto to the Yankees, Rom to Live, Patriots Steelers, or the NBA in-season tournament. Now, earlier in the show, NBA in-season tournament was winning. But now, since we've had an intense NBA in-season tournament game since we posted this poll question, leading the way is Patriots Steelers.
Which after that intense first drive,
that will now probably dip.
Come on. So we're back to Soto to the Yankees.
Soto to the Yankees is still in last.
Are we done? Like, because the Yankees haven't been good in a while, are we just kind of...
I feel like maybe there is a little bit of that. It's
hard to hate them when they're not winning.
I guess so. I mean, they're winning.
Yeah, they're not. They haven't won. They won a title in 15 years.
I know, and I think I would caution anybody that thinks that you need to jump back on the Yankee hate bandwagon because
supposedly they're going all in. They're going to go full on whatever it takes.
Well, good. Hopefully they fail miserably.
Yeah,
because I hate the Yankees, and it sucks that they have Juan Soto now. Now it's only a basically 1 year deal.
Yeah.
Because Soto is going to hit the free agent market after this year. His agent has already said that. So it didn't seem like the Padres got a whole lot for him. Although I was reading one article from one baseball insider who said that he thought maybe the Padres won the trade. But it's just 4 pitchers, maybe 1 or 2 of whom you've heard of, and then a catcher.
Well, this comes down to it. Not many teams believe can afford Juan Soto. So it's a rental. The Yankees...
Yeah, so they paid far less to get him because of that.
Well,
but I have to think if he has a good year there, he'll be back with the Yankees.
I would assume because again, you're probably talking about the same 4 or 5 teams that can afford Juan Soto. I mean, people forget he's 24 years old. I mean, he was fine in San Diego. I understand that San Diego obviously didn't meet expectations, but if you look at his lines over the season and a half, 2 years he was there. He hit like 270, had 44 home runs, like 120, 125 batted in. Like Juan Soto was good. He was not the problem in San Diego other than, some injuries. And the only reason San Diego dealt them is San Diego had to take out a loan last year to pay their payroll. They can't afford Juan Soto now, let alone, in the future. So this was just one of those, there's zero chance we can re-sign this guy. So we got to
get some pitching.
Yeah.
And so they said King, the guy Michael King's good. He pitched out of the bullpen for the Yankees, but then towards the end of the year he was a starter. Padres say they're going to put him in their rotation, and then Brito has been mostly a reliever, and then the other 2 guys are prospects, and then a backup catcher.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe it was a good move for San Diego. Prudent move, perhaps.
Well, yeah. They're saying like, remember when the Dodgers? Who was the Dodgers owner that they forced to sell?
I forget his name.
They're going through that nasty divorce, but they're saying it's that level of bad finance wise in San Diego. And there was the Athletic article written
Frank
McCourt. And there was the Athletic article I guess this year about the dysfunction in San Diego, and it's just not a place right now where you are going to be able to re-sign a guy. And I'm guessing Juan Soto is going to say, my contract's going to start with a 4. And, that's just, you're going to be dealing with the Giants, the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Mets, maybe the Red Sox. I mean, that's the only teams that are going to be able to afford this guy. So And if you're the Yankees right now, I mean, there's a lot of good duos in the league. If healthy, Judge and Soto are.
That's pretty nasty.
That's about as good as it gets.
Pretty nasty. But they've got a lot of other holes. So hopefully they suck. And then the Dodgers, it sounds like they're the front runner to get Ohtani. So the two big stud players out there go to freaking Yankees and maybe the Dodgers.
But we'll see what happens because Ohtani's doing the whole era of secrecy. And then, who knows what the hell is going to happen with Yamamoto, who...
Oh, yeah, I forgot about him.
Yeah, supposedly...
So he's a Japanese guy. He's only 25. They say his pitches are killer.
Yes.
His ERA was like 1.1.
Supposedly they think he's going to be the next big thing.
Yeah, they're going to give him like $300 million. I was reading an article. Jason Stark wrote an article about him, and he was asking a bunch of baseball executives about, what's his name? Yamamoto?
His last name is Yamamoto. I forget what his first
Yoshinori Yamamoto.
Yeah, I just go with Yamamoto because I don't want to.
Just call me Yoshi. Yoshi Yamamoto.
There you go.
Well, he was asking him about, Yamamoto and like what people think of him, and he was saying in there that because pitch evaluation data has come so far, like they can, even though he's in Japan and he's never pitched in the big leagues, with the way that they are able to sort of evaluate pitches. Now they feel like he is a can't miss. Like they like with Dice K or some of these other guys that came over is a little bit of a crapshoot. Like it's the old school scouting. His pitches look good, eyeball thing, but I don't know how this is going to translate to the big leagues when big league hitters see his stuff. But they can predict that much better now with some of this data and analyzation and computer analytics. So that leads to the idea that this guy will get $300 million. There's only one other pitcher in the history of baseball that's gotten a contract for $300 million or more, and that's Garrett Cole. That is it. And they're saying that whoever gets this guy, Yamamoto, they're going to have to pay upwards of $300 million. And then, oh, by the way, on top of that, you have to pay his Japanese team a posting fee.
Yeah. And yet,
dude, that's insane for a guy who's never pitched in the big leagues.
But they say Japan, second best league in the world, right? And you look at it, and from the time when he was 21, so his 21-year-old season, he had a 2.2 ERA. Next year, 1.39, then 1.68, and then 1.16 and 1.12. So, look, I don't know if he's putting up 1.12, but I don't necessarily think you look at that and say that here he comes and gets lit up in Major League Baseball. I get, like you said, with all the advanced analytics, I get why people are willing to pay him.
Do we already have a Mitch Trubisky turnover there?
I just looked down. I don't know. No.
Belichick's yelling. I think they called a penalty.
No.
He did throw a pick, but they called a penalty.
Yeah, Mitchie's still there. Hopefully driving down for a big field goal. They got it at about the 40 right now.
Yep, they're in New England territory. So look at this. Look at this.
Are we going to get a shootout here?
I don't know.
I'd love it.
I doubt it.
Zappy and Trubisky, let's go. 31-30.
What was I telling you? Oh, the poll question. Yeah, Soto to the Yankees was like 17%. Come on. If Soto goes to the Yankees, Yamamoto may go to the Yankees. Shohei to the Dodgers. Come on, man.
I need Yamamoto to the Mets. Let's go. God. We'll have dual Japanese aces. Let's make it happen.
Well, we'll be back to hating the Yankees and Dodgers then.
Oh, 100%. I mean, the Yankees and the Dodgers are just always going to be there. Don't worry about it. Like they're easy to hate. I kind of hate the Giants too.
I don't mind the Giants, but they are often in on all these talks, but they never get their guys.
I know, which makes me slightly hate them less. But
exactly
when they were winning, and I've said it before, Dirt made me hate the Giants. Dirt's fandom of the Giants made me actively hate the Giants, and whether it's fair or not, I'm still carrying a lot of hatred over from that.
Well, three championships, right?
Yeah,
in recent years,
that'll.
It's
easy to hate.
That'll make that fan base obnoxious. That'll make it pretty much any fan base obnoxious.
And then that Aubrey Huff, and he was very easy to hate, Yeah. But Bochy's great.
All right. Up next, back to the transfer portal. Here is Schultz with SportsCenter.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Red Tail Golf Center's annual store-wide holiday sale now through December 24th. Details at golfredtail.com. First on the Fan, Week 14 of the NFL going on right now, kicking off with Thursday Night Football tonight. Looks like the Patriots jumping out to an early 7-0 lead over the Pittsburgh Steelers. 7-0, that is Bailey Zappe's touchdown pass that led the way there. 8 minutes to go in the first, and it looks like Mitch Trubisky did just throw, as you heard Isaac and Suk talking, did throw an interception, but that was actually negated due to some pass interference. So right now, looks like the Steelers are still trying to tie it up 3rd and 8 on the Patriots. 37, 8 minutes to go or so in the first. In college football, LSU's Jaden Daniels named the AP Player of the Year. He joins Joe Burrow as the second Tiger to win the award in the last 5 years. Washington's Michael Penix Jr. finishing in a distant second, with Ducks QB Bo Nix taking 3rd place. The NBA in-season tournament semifinals happening tonight. One game already completed. We know the Pacers will be one team in the in-season tournament final. They beat the Bucks 128-119. Tyrese Halliburton 27 points there, 15 assists. The Lakers and Pelicans facing off at 6 p.m. on TNT. The Lakers are favored by 1.5 in that one. And in golf, Masters champion Jon Rahm reportedly agreeing to leave the PGA Tour for Live Golf. The deal believed to be in the range of 3 years and $300 million, plus an ownership stake in a new Live team. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schultz from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Get in the game at Spirit Mountain Casino. Watch and wager with our sports book powered by BetMGM. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
Do it every morning. Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
Just trying to find our rhythm back. I think it's going to be a little, not really of an adjustment period, but a little adjustment period, me coming back. And you could tell like a little bit in the fourth quarter, we didn't have that kind of cohesiveness in the fourth quarter where we wanted what we wanted to do. So we'll just figure that out over the next couple of games.
That's Anthony Simons. He returned last night, scored 28, I believe.
Yeah, he looked really good. It scares
helped
me.
Their offense a lot.
It scares me a little bit because they're on pace for about 26 wins right now. I don't like this. If everyone gets healthy,
yeah, what's going on here?
I don't like this improved
Is
play.
John's a good coach?
It's starting to worry me that they're playing better. I don't need 29 wins. So let's keep this down.
No, Chauncey's not a good coach.
No, okay. All right, there's the answer to that. System checks at 14 area locations. Battery Exchange with an X.com.
During the Jeep Wrap Up the Year sales event, well-qualified current FCA lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2024 Jeep Wrangler Willys 4xe for $359 a month for 36 months with $3,979 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease.
I was looking at a list of the major transfer portal quarterbacks and the predictions on where they will end up. It's actually starting to kind of crystallize on most of these fronts, although nothing is official yet. But from On3, now do we trust On3?
Sure, why the hell not? It's no sliced bread, but, I'll take it.
Riley Leonard to Notre Dame, we knew that.
Yeah, that was rumored right from the get-go.
Riley Leonard was the kid from Duke, dual threat guy. Dylan Gabriel to Oregon. That's what most people are saying, although USC fan will tell you that they're still in on him.
Feels like the last, because that was the first one was USC, but it feels like over the last handful of days, including, I guess he's been on campus or coming on campus this week, and it just seems to be a lot of momentum there.
14,000 yards he has thrown for.
Yeah.
In 5 seasons.
Yeah, it feels like he's been in college football forever.
Yeah, and I love, like, if Oregon got him,
it's a big get.
That is huge. Well, many think he's the number 1 quarterback in the portal, but also just the experience. We see what experience means.
Yeah.
When Bo Nix is a great example of, I think Bo Nix, doesn't he have the record for most starts ever?
That he does.
And that just, you can see that. You can see it in not only how he carries himself, but his leadership and how he plays. And he had wonderful, Dylan Gabriel in that offense, watch out.
Yeah.
Dante Moore. Now, I was saying in the Hot 5 that there are reports that Dante Moore may go to Oregon as well. This has him going to Michigan State.
Oh. Well, that'd be interesting.
Isn't that weird?
Well, because then, Aiden Childs supposedly is going to Michigan State, and both of those guys aren't going to sit there and wait for the other one to be the man. And supposedly the reason why Moore went to UCLA in the first place is he wanted a chance to play right away. And it didn't go great. And now, you've kind of wasted that year. I can't imagine he's going to go somewhere and sit. That seems
That's a weird one.
That seems odd to me. If Childs ends up being the guy at Michigan State.
Yeah, I feel like Dante Moore, he's interesting because he kind of doesn't have a spot. In other words, most of these big time teams that need quarterbacks, he's not going to be, top 2 or 3 on their list.
Because I think if you're a team like Oregon, I mean, Michigan State would make sense more than Oregon would, but let's take
he has to develop.
He's got to develop. I don't think you can go in if you're Oregon, Washington. Yeah, it's 4-4.
My God.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a timeout. Timeout. Blow the whistle. Throw the flag. We are watching hockey.
Yeah.
Well, we have the football game on our phones, but we don't have Amazon Prime on the TVs in the studio.
Yeah.
So we watch hockey. I don't know. I'd put it on the Red Wings Sharks game. With 5 minutes left to go in the second period, it was 0-0.
Yeah.
With 4 minutes left to go in the second period, it was 4-3. And now it's 4-4. They scored again. What is going on with your Red Wings?
Yeah, we score goals apparently, and we give a lot. Give a lot back. Because you said this, I was watching a game 2 nights ago, and you said the exact same thing. Every time you looked up, the Wings were giving up a goal, but they were up by 4 goals.
Well, I feel like in hockey,
interesting.
As you know, I am a hockey expert without ever watching hockey.
Yes.
It's never been done. It's the first of its kind in sports. From what I gather about hockey, it seems like it's a little bit like in the NBA now, where big leads
evaporate.
Yeah, they don't, like it used to be you get up 3 or 4 goals, you win.
Yes.
That is, they tied it in a minute. They were down 4-0.
Yes.
Do the goalies even play?
Very few of them.
Are they high?
That's possible. I will tell you that when the Wings got up 4-0 midway through the second, at no point did I say this game is in the bag. 0. I don't think I would have predicted 4-4 by the end of the second period, but it doesn't shock me.
God.
Look, the NHL's fun to watch, though. If you like goal scoring, come on board.
Where's Dante Moore from? Because somebody's saying
I think he's a California kid. Is he not?
I don't know. His mom.
No. He's a Michigan guy. Remember?
Yeah, so that's maybe why they're saying Michigan State, because I guess his mom is sick or something, and he wants to be close to her.
Yeah, if I remember, he was originally a Michigan guy, and that was the talk, is that he was the last kind of uncommitted guy. And yeah, I do remember that, because the Michigan was in on him. I mean, he at one point was considered the number 1 quarterback in the country.
I know.
But if I was saying, if you're a team like Oregon or, I don't know, just LSU needing, and you think, hey, we can compete next year, you don't bring in Dante Moore and say he's our guy.
Right.
He's going to have to go someplace and earn it, or go someplace where Michigan State, where they don't have a guy and he can kind of grow and develop, and you're not expected to win 10 or 11 games next year.
The Kansas State quarterback, Will Howard, is they're predicting him to USC.
Oh, okay.
He can run a little bit.
And they've got some freshmen that they're pretty high on too. I forget, is it Malachi Nelson, I think his name is. And a lot of people think that he may end up winning the job, but they're obviously everyone is bringing in a kid from the portal.
Cam Ward to Ohio State, as we've discussed.
Yeah.
They predict that. DJ Uiagalelei, Florida State.
Interesting. I don't know how many defectors they're going to get off of that offense. I know.
Well, Travis is gone.
Yeah, Travis is gone. Wilson's gone. Coleman's gone. I'll be interested in the defense, because that defense right now is nasty. I don't know what Florida State's bringing back next year, but for all the crap that Beaver fan gives DJ's a good, solid quarterback. He's not a world beater, but
weren't they a little disappointed in him, though?
I think so.
You watch him and you think about Jonathan Smith's offense and you think about the fit there.
It was good, not great.
He was good, not great.
Yes.
Yeah, he was a little. It's like, oh, that's DJ Uiagalelei.
But I think for a place like Florida State, I can see that. Again, if you bring a lot of talent around him, and I don't think DJ is going to he's not going to be the reason why you win a national championship, but I think you can win a national championship with him. Just depends on what you have around him. And is that another one too, where you've got a young guy that can compete with DJ, and you bring him in and you have it be a real competition, and maybe, he's not the starter for the entire year.
They predict Kyle McCord will end up at Miami. Isn't that fitting?
McCord to
with
Miami.
Cristobal?
Yeah. And they can go and be underwhelming together.
Why would he go there? Yes.
Well, I mean, Van Dyke left. He's in the portal. Where's he going?
They're predicting him to Mississippi State.
Oh.
Yeah.
Kind of an odd lateral item. That's a backwards move.
It's a weird one. Washington, Will Rogers, who was at Mississippi State.
Yeah.
So the Huskies are going to get him.
That's been reported for a while.
And then Grayson McCall to Central Florida. He's Coastal Carolina. He's going to go to Central Florida. Those are the predictions.
I'm surprised that McCall, for all the numbers he's put up and the success he's had, I'm surprised he didn't get a better landing spot than Central Florida.
Well, again, these are just predictions.
Yeah, just predictions.
He could end up at Alabama. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, Bama's got, Milroe isn't going anywhere for a while. So you would assume that Bama doesn't necessarily need one, because they had a kid enter the portal. I think it was the kid that came in from Notre Dame. Who didn't work out, and Bama had him because Milroe is one of those guys that's not jumping to the NFL.
Is he a freshman?
He's a redshirt freshman or redshirt sophomore, but he's not. He doesn't project to be a first-round NFL guy right now, so he'll be around for a bit, I would think.
All right, we'll wrap up the Sports Hour next. 5:44 on the Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics, brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Oregon loses out on a big offensive line recruit today. The 5-star kid Jordan Seaton decided to go to Colorado. Big get for Coach Prime.
Well, because their recruiting class had been dwindling with decommits, and gosh, they need O and D line help. So this is a big deal for Coach Prime.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
The Ducks get their postseason marching orders.
But unfortunately, because the Fiesta Bowl has last draw,
Steelers, Patriots, they are racking up the punts. So 7 points for the Patriots on the opening drive. 3 points for the Steelers on their opening drive. Since we have had punt, punt, punt.
Yeah, like all that big over talk.
They're settling in.
Yeah, we don't like all these points. Although I would like to see some more field goals. Come on.
And every time I look up or look at the game, there is a wildly inaccurate pass.
Well, I guess Mitchie did throw a pick, but it got called back.
Yeah.
So you were right in that, yes, there was an interception. He tried. He's trying his damnedest.
Well, tomorrow we'll have Joey Harrington on. Remember, he predicted Washington would get slaughtered by Oregon.
Yeah.
You going to call him out on that?
No, because I think a lot of people thought that.
Oh, wait, we said the same thing. Yeah, so he'll be on tomorrow, 5:30. I think we got to bring Rob in the bank back tomorrow.
Let's go.
We haven't done that in a while.
Well, I saw Buck texted me the other day, so I think he's ready to go with some hot picks.
You know, Buck lost while we were away. Here's hot Rob in the bank news.
Yeah.
While we were, we just have, we haven't had Friday shows a couple times, and then I was sick one day. So it's just been we haven't done it for a while. But during the hiatus, Mr. Buckley, who is still our producer, by the way, he's just on, he had a baby or something like that.
Something like that, I don't know.
And he lost one of his big 10-pointers.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, because he had the Colts under 6 wins.
Yeah.
He was way off.
He was thinking he was safe as kittens once Anthony Richardson went down.
Yeah, exactly. And now he's about to lose another one because he has Bucks under 6.5 wins.
Yeah.
For 10 unis, and they're trending towards winning at least 7 or 8.
Buckley loves those future bets.
Yeah, and then he's also got the Chiefs over 11.5 wins, which, the way they're playing, I tell you that.
Have you seen their schedule, though?
No, I haven't.
It's soft as baby dew going forward. They're about to go on a run here. I will pull it up for you.
Well, I got the Bills. That's not easy.
No, but I'm telling you, it really lightens up. So anyone that's worried about Kansas City, this has 13 wins written all over it. So they've got the Bills, and look, the Bills are dealing with their own stuff right now. They got a 9/11 situation on their hands right now.
They're playing better though.
They're playing better, but still, and that's
and the Chiefs have not been playing great,
and that's in Kansas City, by the way. So we'll see. But after that, I give you this. So they are what? Are they 8-4 right now?
I think they're 8-4.
8-4. So let's go Bills, because that's a big one. Right, so either they go 9-4 or 8-5, and then after that, Patriots, Raiders, Bengals, Chargers. They won't lose. They won't lose again after the Bills game. So that's 12 wins.
I don't know. I think it's going to come down. It's going to be close. He's got it at 11.5.
They're going to win 12 games.
I don't know. I don't know if they will.
Who's beating them besides the Bills? The Patriots? Jake Browning's taking them down again?
Read it again.
Bills, and I'll give you that's a toss-up.
Possibly, but
okay. So just let's.
If they lose that, they're definitely not winning 12.
Patriots?
No. Where's the game?
It's at New England.
Yeah, no. Chiefs will win.
Home against the Raiders. Home against the Bengals.
Raiders.
On the road.
Didn't they just smoke the Raiders?
On the road against the Chargers.
Divisional game. They could lose to the Raiders.
No, they won't.
They could lose to the
No, they won't.
Bengals.
No, they won't.
They could lose to the Chargers.
No, they won't. They're fine.
They could lose one of those games.
They will win at least 12 games, if not 13.
I don't like your confidence.
I've got some confidence here. Their schedule opens up quite
I want to
nicely.
fight you on this. I'm going to die on this hill.
We'll see what happens.
Well, I just want Buck to lose.
Just like the Iowa under that you fought me on for 5 straight
Dude,
weeks.
I'll go against the Iowa. I will go over on a total that's 25 or 26 or 27 all day.
Not against
every time.
Not against my Hawkeyes.
So Buck,
I haven't seen what their total is for the bowl game. I'm gonna have to look that.
Guess
up.
we underestimated a coach's love for his son. I guess, right?
I think it's 30. Who they play in Tennessee? I think it's 35.
The Army-Navy game, which is the only one this week, it's my favorite game of the year. That's 27.5.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
See, again, I'll take the over.
Me and my buddy went. Well, that went into overtime last year, but we went to that. Me and my buddy went to that last year, and we got caught up in the fever because Navy going into the fourth quarter. Would you care to guess how many passes they had completed?
1.
0.
Damn it.
And I wanted, and they were winning, by the way. I wanted so bad for Navy to win that game, not having completed a pass. And so now there was like a buzz going around, like we were sitting in the press box, And the moment they completed a pass, there was like an audible groan. Everyone's like, oh. It's like we were all pulling for the don't complete a pass. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I feel like that game every year is 13-10.
Yes. So that's sitting at 27.5, which is fantastic. I'll look up the Iowa and see where Iowa's officially
I think
at.
it's 35. I remember looking at it.
Well,
35
then-
or 36.
And guess where I'm going with that son of a gun?
Brian Ferentz is gonna be fired, right?
Yes.
Like he's already been fired.
He's already been fired.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's still listed. Okay.
Well, no.
Well, he's coaching,
he's
but
coaching
he's
out.
done.
He's coaching out the year, but at the end of the year, the AD had to step in and say that he will not be brought back because his dad wouldn't do it. Yeah.
Well, the AD had to step in and say that he hired him in the first place. I mean, there's a whole long line
35
of
and a half? Dude, that's a layup.
Go ahead and climb out of my ass for a while.
Are you kidding me?
Climb out of my ass.
35 and a half in a bowl game? Let's go.
They'll take the over. So Buck is the only guy who is up units so far on the show this year. He is even with the 10-point loss or the 10-unit loss with Indy. He is up 8 units.
Because it's been a couple weeks and we haven't. I think we haven't done it in at least 2, maybe 3 weeks.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll get back to that tomorrow. Joey Harrington will join us tomorrow. But let's move on to the club. We have to talk about Cosmics. Have you heard of Cosmics? You read about Cosmics?
I don't know.
I fired up for Cosmics.
I'm familiar with Cosmic Bowling. We talking about the old Crosley Lanes?
No, sir.
No?
This is a new brand.
All right.
And it's next on The Fan.
Hey, it's Rob. The best
Hello.
There's your Trubisky interception, by the way.
Did he throw one?
Oh,
while I was peeing.
He didn't just throw one; he threw the one. It was spectacular. Had a guy right in his face, and
we
attempted
did not
to throw it over him, and ended up. I don't know where that was intended, other than right
touchdown Patriots.
I understand that this is a backup here, but that is the equivalent of a board op coming into this show and something happens. Oh, guy in my face, I don't know what to do. Hitting all the buttons at one time. Come on, to take the sack. what are you doing?
Somebody has money on Pittsburgh.
No, I don't. I actually don't.
I do love in my heart of hearts when people say stuff like that. Because that means you've literally never been in that situation in your life. Because the panic that ensues, I promise you, no one wants to throw that ball less than Mitch Trubisky. But it was like, who was mic'd up when I think it was Sam Darnold that when Aaron Donald was coming at him and he just was like, oh my God, that's a real thing. I'm telling you, having been in that game, I have watched film with my coaches you will watch yourself on film and they will look right at you and be like, the hell were you doing? And your only answer is, I don't know.
I don't know. I panicked.
I
pushed all the buttons.
Exactly. That is a very, very real thing. The panic pushing all the buttons, that's real. And it's real when you're on the field. You're like, oh, crap, I got to get rid of this. And then you just hug it.
What we underestimated in the idea, because we were debating the over-under, we were going to take the over.
Yeah.
We overestimated. So what we thought was, well, can either quarterback drive them even into field goal range?
Which is a fair question to ask.
What we failed to factor in was, are these quarterbacks so bad that they will turn the ball over in their own territory to allow the other team to be at least in field goal range?
Because the Trubisky interception got returned. It happened on about the 25, and it got returned to like the 10. So,
Really, that's Bailey Zappi. He looks like he's 6.
You didn't realize that was Bailey Zappi?
No, I've never seen him before in my life.
He's very broy.
God.
Very, very
How
broy.
old is he, 12?
I do not believe that. I believe Dusty is older than Bailey Zappi.
And he's still out playing Mitchell Trubisky.
Well,
why is Trubisky still in the damn league?
That's a great question.
Again, much like there's not enough starters, there's not enough backups, which always made me a little jealous as a backup offensive lineman because, I sucked, and therefore I was out of the league in 2.5 years, and rightfully so. I shouldn't have been in the league. But I contend that my offensive line play was no worse than Mitchell Trubisky's quarterback play. I mean, I wasn't an embarrassment. I could snap the ball. I could block lesser players. It wasn't like I was going out and giving up 17 sacks a game, but rightfully so, they looked at me and were like, yeah, no. But if you took my equivalent and put him at quarterback, I think you could have hung around the league for 6-7 years. Good locker room guy, not pissing anyone off, worked pretty hard, understood schemes, didn't make a lot of mental errors, just wasn't that talented. And I wasn't going to get hurt because you're not playing. The backup quarterback's the greatest thing in the world is you don't have to be good. It's the one position in all of sports where you know that you suck and they know you suck. And yet you keep getting jobs over and over and over
See
again.
Jamie Martin back in the day? Yeah. Who? Exactly. Backup quarterback that his 5-step drop was straight back.
Jamie Martin?
Jamie freaking Martin, but he was like a 12-year NFL vet.
Yeah.
I don't remember him.
As someone points out, Trubisky he threw into quadruple coverage. I don't know what the
there was a receiver in there.
Yeah, he was. Sandwiched in between 4 defenders. I don't know what the O-line, I'm trying to think of what the O-line equivalent that would be. I think it would be me getting a holding penalty, a sack, and a personal foul all on the same play, and I've never done that. Never had one of those. I did have a series once in a preseason game where I did get a false start penalty, a holding that was declined, and gave up a sack.
My God, he almost threw another one. If the stupid does it drive you crazy when DBs can't hold on to the ball?
No, I don't. Because
that drives me crazy.
Because again, it's harder. It's harder to
catch the damn ball.
It's the reason why they're DBs and not receivers.
I guess, but quarterbacks throw a lot of interceptions that are dropped.
Yes.
That should be interceptions. I mean, Pick sixes even.
This should have been a pick six.
Well, yeah.
There was no
He
one
was
to-
diving though.
Yeah, dude, that should have been a pick six. He's gonna look back at film and be like, "That's you should have taken that to the house."
Deron Bland would have taken it to the house.
Yes, takes them all to the house.
All
And
right,
by the
why
way,
are we talking about
I don't
sport?
know, but the Steelers fans that they keep showing in the stands are great because Trubisky may not make it out of the stadium safely. There may be a revolt.
Do they have another quarterback that they can throw in there?
I don't know who their third string guy is. I guarantee they do because they have to have one active. I just don't know who it is.
Didn't they used to have Josh Dobbs?
Yeah, they traded him. He's not
Kind of
any-
a mistake.
No, he's not any good either. Yeah, Mason Rudolph's still there.
Oh, that's right.
See, again, my point. How is he still in the league? Everyone knows
That's a good question.
everyone knows he sucks, and yet he's still there. Probably making. I'm guessing Rudolph's making $2.5 million a year.
Do you think he still has a dent in his head?
That is what he is most known for. Is Miles?
That's instantly what I think of.
Yes.
Is Myles Garrett hitting him over the head with his helmet?
And I'll tell you what, he took that like a champ. I mean, that's a large man hitting you in the head with a helmet. Good for him. He's only making like 1.3 mil.
I was gonna say, Suk, since you played football, tell me in what world the third string quarterback is more valuable, even $1 more valuable than the league minimum. That's just crazy to me.
Oh,
That's true.
It happens all the time.
They
I'm
make
sure it
he makes
does.
over $1 million a year.
Yes, he does.
And the league minimum is right around like 850-ish, right? Something like that.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it was that high. I thought league minimum was more like $500,000.
Nah, it's bumped up, and once you have it, and it's by your service. So
705.
He's been
Oh,
and he's been in the league for a while, so yeah, it bumps up.
Veteran third stringer,
Veteran third stringer.
Mason Rudolph. Well, that's a pretty good little paycheck.
Now his old his last contract with them was a 1-year contract for $5 million, so he took a $4 million pay cut.
Yeah, but he's still in the league, baby.
Hanging on.
Oh yeah, man. Again, what does he care? Making $1 million doing what?
Nobody cares that he's there, at least if you're not, like, more fans is what I'm talking about, not like coaches or anything. But yeah, you're more anonymous at that point. You're still making $1 million, yeah.
I've got big hot McDonald's news.
Ooh. I went to Mickey D's. I was going to say, I can't remember the last time I went to Mickey D's. I went last night.
Why?
I was driving back
Why
home.
would you ever do that?
The ice cream cone. I love a McDonald's ice cream cone.
Really?
I used to get them all the time, and they were like
Do
70.
they taste different than normal ice cream cones?
I just like the McDonald's soft serve cone. Sometimes if I'm driving home, I'll just go and get myself a delicious little frozen treat. So I was driving home, and there's one right by my house, and I swung in. Haven't been to a McDonald's in forever. But I just wanted a little frozen treat. And the McDonald's ice cream cone now, $3.
What?
I had full old man inflation outrage.
Is that expensive?
They used to be like 60 cents.
Yeah, they used to be under $1, man.
I dropped one of the. I actually had it. I had the full on. I couldn't believe. I could feel my father, and I couldn't stop it, because the guy's like, that'll be it was $2.92, $2.98, and I just looked at him and I went,
cares?
What? I was like, really?
Did you storm off?
No, but I had that. The poor guy working is like, sir, do you want the effing? And I'm like, yeah, just $3 for a McDonald's soft serve ice cream cone? Thanks a lot, Obama. Where did that come from? Threw me for a total loop.
I wouldn't even. I mean, if I got that, I wouldn't even think about that. I wouldn't even think twice about that.
Really?
No.
Well, as a wily veteran of the McDonald's ice cream cone, which for a long time was a staple of my drive home, loved a good little McDonald's treat, $3, it blew my mind. I was not prepared for it.
So the cheeseburgers there used to be 99 cents. Are
Yeah.
they still?
I don't know.
No.
I haven't had.
They're not.
Although I'm a McDonald's fiend, and if you do buy one, get one free in
Oh.
the app, you can usually do like you can get a double cheeseburger for half the cost.
We found something out about Schultz.
Oh wait, how much is a cheeseburger now?
Probably $2.63.
So it's like the cone.
Basically. But, there's...
Fast food isn't cheap anymore.
You're
man.
not wrong. No, but in McDonald's defense, they do still offer like the any size coffee or any size beverage, which I do love. I don't know if you guys, I'm not a huge soda person, but if I need something like, just like cold, refreshing, and quick, and not my normal Dutch whatever that you're gonna make fun of me about. But I do stop into a McDonald's, and any size, which is like ends up being $1.30 for a large Coke, and their Coke actually tastes better at their establishments at McDonald's than it does any other place you buy Coke, because they give the Coca-Cola to McDonald's in like different containers.
Well, we've talked about this before. That's a whole thing.
Yeah.
They do. I think it's their. What they attribute that to? They attribute that to
their machines.
It's their system.
Yeah, their system's different. They put more money into it and clean it or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. It is delicious soda.
But no, under no circumstances, I couldn't tell you the last time I ate at McDonald's, but the McDonald's cone, holy hell, $3.
What an outrage.
I can't go back.
What an outrage. You will never eat another McDonald's cone again.
No, $3. The whole point of the McDonald's cone was I have $1 in my pocket. You know what? It's a little tasty treat on the way home. Here, $3? Get out of town. It's ridiculous. It's also ridiculous that you go to McDonald's to buy a giant Coke because you want something other than your Dutch Brothers milkshake.
I just told you I'm not a soda guy, but like if the
I'm with you on this. I am so with you on this. I
appreciate
have pulled through a McDonald's just to get a Coke before.
Thank you.
I don't drink soda anymore, but when I did, I tried to limit it, but then I'd be like, oh my God. You know what it was? It was when I was hungover. Oh my God, their Coke was so good hungover. And I'd be like, oh man, I feel kind of. I'm gonna go to McDonald's and get a Coke. I get a big old Coke. So good.
You know what, Suk? I'm a 5'10" chubby radio guy. I'm not a 6'4" former NFL player.
I just love the idea of Schultz going and being like, you know what, I gotta watch it today. I can't have my Dutch Brothers shake. You know what? Give me a 64-ounce Coke instead. I love it, Schultz. I love it that's your curveball. You know, we all got to have an off-speed pitch.
Something, baby. Something.
So you can't get
a guy.
This guy says you can't get a value meal for under $9. Dude, is that true?
I just know fast food, once in a blue moon, if you go, I have been, the last few years, I have been sticker shocked.
But isn't it still cheap compared to everything else?
I don't think so.
Not some
It's
places, no.
Really?
McDonald's is, yes. You can get, decent meal for under, like $16 for two people, but no, not. It's really tough.
Yeah, sometimes like you're on a road trip or whatever, like you're driving somewhere and it's like you pull
Get
over. That's usually where we end. That's the only time I go and get fast food, because you can find good food, like I don't know, like if you I don't know if you consider it good, but like a Chipotle or like a Victorino's or something like that, and it's actually in some cases cheaper than going to like Burger King, and it's real food. But like if you ever pull over at those places now, like you're on a road trip or whatever, and you look at the value meal, you're like, I'll take a number 6 or whatever, and then your lady orders a number 3, and they're like, that's $29. You're like, what? Like I thought that was the whole point of fast food, is it used to be dirt cheap. It wasn't good, but it was cheap and it was fast. I don't feel like that's the case anymore.
I think you need to do an expose on this.
The rising costs of the McDonald's cone.
Well, I just think you need to put together a segment where you tell us what it costs at each of the. Like, I want to know who's still cheap and who isn't.
I don't know if there is a cheap place anymore.
Well, it's somebody's
comparative.
Yeah, comparatively, somebody's costs less than.
Yeah. I'll tell you right now, because I know who isn't cheap. Again, one right by my house, and we used to go by every now and then, and I haven't been in forever, is Burgerville. Burgerville is.
I don't think it's ever been cheap.
Burgerville is expensive.
Yeah, they've always kind of been in that. We're a little more upscale tier.
Yeah.
Now it's like going to a restaurant though, like sit-down restaurant.
And that's my
through
thing.
A drive-through. It's
if
weird.
I'm going to Burgerville,
what are you paying?
I think for a meal,
$45
for
two
what?
people.
For 2 people, I think you're $40
at Burgerville,
because your burger's at least $10
at least.
Wow.
And if you don't split a fry, so if you're doing 2 orders of fries, that's at least another $6 to $8 because their small one is expensive. And then you've got the drinks, but no one ever does the drinks. You do the seasonal shakes, which are another $8.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, yeah, you're right. So
probably it's spending, and I just think there's better. I just think you can get actual real food for
like Dairy Queen.
Well, actually, it's funny you mentioned
chicken curlies,
some chicken tendies.
Well, like a $2.98 cone seems more Dairy Queen-esque than McDonald's.
There you go, and that's what I'm saying. If I'm going $2.98, there better be a blizzard involved in that.
Oh, Blizzards, buddy. Yeah, that's another one. Blizzards are now $10.
Not a little cone, and like the McDonald's cone. Let's be honest, like that thing is like 2 inches. It's like a tiny little thing.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody said In-N-Out. They texted and said, I know you guys aren't super impressed with In-N-Out, which I never have been, but it says compare their prices to other fast food joints that are very, very affordable.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
And maybe that's a thing.
Yeah, I think you're right. My wife and I just had them a couple weeks ago. Well, we got 3 burgers, 2 shakes for $20.
Because if I'm ever have a hunkering for a burger, and I'm not gonna, and not a sit down place, I get Five Guys, and Five Guys for just me for like a small fry in a burger, I'm into it for like $12 to $13, and that is as cheap, if not cheaper, than any fast food place that I can get it. And I don't get a drink, but I don't want a soda anyways. You just go home and drink whatever you got there. And it's an actual real burger that I watched someone cook in front of me. I don't know. I don't know why the if you take away the fast and the cheap out of fast food, I'm not certain that there's a big motivation to eat there.
The chains, somebody brought up a good point. It's food workers wanting a living wage. That has raised costs for sure.
Yeah, that too.
But I also think you were onto something with, like, you were saying, like, small taquerias and stuff. That's probably the new inexpensive way to eat.
Yes.
Because they make those, you can get little, it's just small if you want it to be. And cheap.
Yeah.
Because it's not a big chain and big overhead.
I got Schultz one of these. There's a little taco stand right up the road from here. And I'll get that for lunch sometimes coming in because you can right by. They have $3 street tacos. And they're like, you get 2 of them and you're full. They're significant for $3.
And yeah, so you're talking $12, you got a meal.
And they are delightful.
They are.
You find me anything at I'm sorry, it's actual real food as opposed to, like, there's a Jack in the Box across the street. No offense to the Jack in the Box tacos. Why would you go to the Jack in the Box and get their tacos when you can literally walk across the street to Angel's Taqueria right there and get those?
Touchdown, Bailey Zappi.
21?
Nice little throw.
Look at this offensive. Tomlin's going to murder someone.
He will kill someone.
Did they turn it over again to give him the ball?
No.
They drove it down?
Drove it down. Zappi's carving him up. Guy's good.
So much for the Patriots.
Lock that
being
guy.
The worst
Look at that
team
throw.
in the league.
Look at that throw.
That's actually a real throw.
That's a great throw.
That's a real throw.
God.
Well, throwback to 2019. He's got Juju Smith-Schuster and Ezekiel Elliott.
Dude, my man just dropped this, the Vancouver Ford text line. Medium Whopper meal today, $15.
Wow, okay.
For a Whopper
Way more
meal?
expensive
That's
than
not even the largest option for fries and a drink, man.
That hurts. That hurts.
Man. Well, I still would like to know which ones are the cheapest. Now, we're talking about this because McDonald's has a new brand coming out.
Oh.
And I want to tell you about this.
All right.
There's it's a spin-off. Yep.
I want to hear.
Everybody's talking about it. It's going to be hot. That's next on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. You can't get off to that.
is because of McDonald's new big announcement. I don't know if you saw. Well, apparently you didn't see. You said that last segment.
Yeah. I have not seen any announcements of McDonald's other than that they should immediately be dropping the price of their ice cream cones. $3 my ass.
They are coming out with a new brand called Cosmix.
So it's a McDonald's, but it's not a McDonald's?
Cosmix spelled C-O-S-M-C.
Oh, I see.
Like mix.
Yeah, mix.
McDonald's.
Yeah.
Cosmix. It's actually a pretty good idea if you ask me, but it's a new concept and they're basically going after Starbucks, Dutch Brothers.
So it's just coffee.
No, it's just breakfast. It's like they have somebody. There's a picture of the storefront, and it's clear. It's got the McDonald's M, but the Cosmix like blue and yellow branding. And he took a picture of the menu because they're not open yet. They're supposed to open early next year, and they've got all the I don't know, just like frappes and brews.
And it's one golden arch instead of the two golden arches.
Yes, that's right. Iced teas, lemonades. They've got breakfast sandwiches, breakfast bites. Look at a couple of the sandwiches here, like a spicy queso sandwich. I don't know.
Queso on my morning egg and bacon?
Yeah, it's a spicy queso sandwich.
No.
A creamy avocado.
So basically, if you would like the worst thing possible for you in the morning, go to Cosmix.
Actually,
I don't know. This is probably a little better for you than actual McDonald's.
Is it?
Egg McMuffins are actually really decent.
I don't think they're serving Egg McMuffins here.
Yeah, no, they are.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, 310 calories.
Because I'm looking here at their drinks, and it is a lot of whipped cream and sprinkles and chocolate sauce for that morning beverage.
Protein bites.
All right.
There's your soft serve cone right there.
Is it $3?
Probably.
It doesn't say. Oh, it's
it's going to be in Chicago.
covered up.
Chicago's going to be the first one, and 10 other locations set to open.
Ooh, but they have soft serve swirl.
Yeah.
The twisty cone.
Yeah, the chocolate and vanilla. That's a big
Jordy's
news.
getting a boner over there.
Damn right I am. Love me some soft serve swirl.
I just love that he loves McDonald's. Yeah.
Well, it's cheap, dude. That's the only
McDonald's is not cheap. By the way, I found a list according to Daily Meal of the best value in fast food because this is a topic. They say that a lot of fast food places have their prices have risen to casual food levels, and McDonald's is one of the worst offenders on that list.
Wow.
You got to know how to order on the menu, too. I don't do full combos. You do like
Yeah.
On the app, double cheeseburgers, fries, a 6-piece nuggets, and you're good. That ends up being $20.
That's a lot of food.
Well, for 2 people.
That's what you eat?
All right.
Oh.
It's 2 people.
No, I'm saying, yeah, so like I'll have a double cheeseburger and
on,
then
fatty.
some nugget. Yeah, well, no, all right, I actually have 6. I'm lying. God. I hope I don't look like I have 6 burgers per
I
dinner.
gotta tell you, I do that sometimes though. I'll order extra food. Like I'll just be like, you know
just
what?
because.
I am so I'm just gonna get another dish, and I'll probably just won't eat all of it, but just in case.
You eat all of it.
No, you just take it home and eat it later, drunk. It's just-
Leftovers are yummy.
I don't know. I do that sometimes. Like, I'm gonna give me 2 of those.
Yeah.
Why?
Keep one of those for later.
I'm hungry.
You know.
So anyway,
Cosmix, huh?
Yeah, it's called Cosmix. And I got to tell you, the Starbucks leaves a lot to be desired in terms of, like, I know they're everywhere, but their coffee and their little food items, the grab-and-go breakfast thing is a really popular thing.
Sure.
And Starbucks, it's not great. Like, they're open to be taken down
It's
in that
funny
department.
because I don't drink coffee. I never go to breakfast. This is not my, I would never eat at these places ever. But I hear that all the time from people that say Starbucks isn't good. The coffee isn't good. The food isn't good. Then why is Starbucks the biggest on the planet?
Well, the business model, man. They just, they're everywhere. They're literally everywhere.
But how did it grow to be everywhere if no one
It was
really
the only.
liked?
It was the only one.
the only one?
It's like, now they have a bunch of boutique. Well, you're seeing a big rise in all the
they're
boutique
everywhere.
coffee shops. Exactly. That's why, because
Yeah.
Starbucks isn't that good, and people do want more than what they offer. So you get Dutch Brothers has grown big time.
But
This is why Starbucks sucking is exactly why McDonald's
So
is doing
is Starbucks taking? Does Starbucks now do they struggle?
it. Oh, I don't know if they struggle.
Or are they just so freaking massive that it doesn't matter?
It's the same everywhere. I don't know. I still go in. I went in there the other day. Got their little egg bites.
Yeah,
Oh, the Starbucks egg bites? They sell those at Costco now.
They do?
They sell them
They're
in
pretty
boxes
good.
at Costco. And my wife and I bought 2 packs. I would if I just keep going to Costco, I would never walk back to Starbucks again.
Can we get a Twitter follow
of what Schultz?
Of Schultz's dining habits? I want pictures of your meals. Maybe fascinating.
Maybe I can start up a Primetime meal X. I don't know.
Mixing. Schultz not mixing in a lean cut anytime soon.
We've got veggies in there.
Schultz likes what he likes, and he's like a 21-year-old frat boy, and I love it. Every time I see Schultz, there's 2 things that I can count on. I see him every day when I walk in here at 2 o'clock. 1, he's wearing a Mariner shirt or a Duck shirt, and 2, there's a 64-ounce Dutch Brothers with whipped cream on top.
Well, today we had tea from Starbucks because I can't do dairy. So.
You're not feeling very good.
No.
I sit there and look at that thing. I'm like,
That give you the runs, would it?
No, it would make me sound worse than I already do. All the phlegmy.
Well, I tell you what, man, it's wild out there.
Well, is this? I guess one big question, Rob. Is this Cosmix going to be an all-day breakfast thing for McDonald's now? Because
yes, that's the whole point.
See, that's huge because they use the COVID pandemic thing to kind of scale back and say, oh, we actually can't do all-day breakfast out of our kitchens at McDonald's. I think after 6 months of implementing it.
I also love that Schultz he knows everything there is to know about McDonald's. He's like, this is ridiculous. I want an Egg McMuffin. It's 2 o'clock. What the hell?
What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
Nothing at all. I love a good breakfast late in the day. But, Schultz, we have found out just through we kind of stumbled through this idea. But Schultz is a McDonald's P1.
Yes. If you want to know anything going down at McDonald's, let's talk to old Schultz over there. He's dialed in.
I'll get you going.
This guy says people don't like Starbucks in Portland, but if you've been to a lot of places where people actually like Starbucks, like Dallas or Memphis, larger cities that aren't as coffee-centric, that's probably true. And again, Starbucks it's not horrible. It does what you need. Because in many instances, coffee is just coffee, right? I mean, it's just hey, I need a little pick-me-up. Give me a coffee, and Starbucks will do. That's the thing about Starbucks. There isn't really that high of a standard because it's like we're just happy to have such an easy way to get coffee and a little nibble.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be great.
Makes sense.
And but now, like Dunkin' Donuts has way better coffee. I don't know if you know that.
Oh,
but
I love Dunkin'.
Dunkin' Donuts is great.
And they're not here.
They're known for their coffee. Yeah, we don't have them here. But so that's what Cosmix is going after is like Dunkin' and Starbucks, and they're like, yeah, we're going to do it.
It's just weird because as a
they say they're going to do it better. I don't know if it will be better, but
as a non-coffee drinker, all I ever hear is anyone taking a giant steaming dump on Starbucks, and yet anytime I drive by one or I happen to end up in one because I'm with a group of people,
100%.
There's 1,000 people in it, and there's one on every from my house, like where I ride my bike. Let's say I'm going on a little 10-mile bike ride, so 5 miles up, 5 miles back. I pass probably 8 different coffee places. 3 of them are Starbucks.
No question.
And yet everyone hates it.
Well, but they're
I've never
also
heard anyone be like, oh my God, I love Starbucks.
The other thing they did is they ushered in the idea of working from there or meeting there.
Yeah.
You know, that whole thing of community.
Unless you're black, then they won't. And wasn't that always the one where they wouldn't let the black guy use the bathroom?
The Philadelphia one or whatever. Yeah.
Wasn't that a whole thing?
You have to have code now.
Yeah. You can't just walk into their bathroom. Just kind of entrapment. They're selling bran muffins and coffee. And then you need a code for the bathroom. It's a little dangerous.
Anyway, pizza, same way. Somebody was mentioning on the text line, pizza's gotten expensive.
A lot of places, like a large pizza, run you $30.
Yeah, y'all got to stick to the $10 Costco pizza. Thank God that has not gone up.
By the way, the daily meal, the best value in fast food, according to this, is Little Caesars. Said Little Caesars Little Caesars is by far of any of the major chains has been the place that has seen a less less of an increase in prices.
The hot and ready's used to be $5. I think they're only $8 now.
Yeah.
It's not that bad, dude. You get a whole pizza for $8.
They have bumped. They said every place has had to bump up, and they say supply chain, cost of products, and yes, the employee minimum wage. But they say that Little Caesars has not passed on the costs the way that other places have. And it's funny because at the end of this, the whole article here, they have a list. They had 10 that were good, 10 that were bad. And they said in a little kind of weird category, they say the best value in all of food is what Schultz just said, Costco.
Yeah.
He said more and more people, whether they're members or not, because you can go eat at the food court, even if you're
anymore.
not. They shut it down?
Because of people trying to take advantage of family members' memberships, Costco unfortunately has had to really stop a lot of that extra membership sharing activity, which one of those is you now have to have a membership, I think, starting at some point next year, but they will soon enforce that.
Oh, because it says on here that, more and more people they're going to Costco specifically just to eat, including families, and then leaving without buying anything.
So when you go in there just to eat, like a pizza or whatever, or their food court or whatever it is that cheap too?
Yes. It is dirt cheap. So the $1.50 for a hot dog and soda. Slice of pizza is like $2. They've got like everything there is basically $2 to $3.
You can feed a family for under $20 there, and that's unheard of anywhere nowadays. And it's good food. Buy 2 pizzas for $20. I don't know if they did the combos back in the day. I don't know, Suk, if you've seen it's usually just pepperoni and cheese, but some will do the combo pizzas at Costco.
I can't. Again, it's just not one of those where I'm
I get it. You're highfalutin. You're too rich for
He's
me.
a foodie.
I get it.
I just don't go
to new glasses.
I don't have any kids anymore. I don't go to Costco. But
that's fair.
Eating at Con every night. Must be nice.
Your Ruth's Chris jerk.
The new season's hot bar.
Ruth's Chris. They still around?
Yeah, I actually just ate there at a show, or before I went to a show a couple weeks ago, yeah.
Costco right now, you have the slice of pizza is $1.99, the hot dog $1.50,
damn,
the chicken bake, which is huge, by the way. It's like a huge giant chicken bake. I've had that before. That's $3.99, and you can get their full big Caesar salad that looks like it serves at least 2, and that's $6.99.
All while you buy tires.
All while you buy tires, yes.
Or jewelry.
Or TVs.
Yeah. Or
I've never thought about going to Costco for lunch, but maybe I got to start swinging by Costco.
Yeah. Well, they even do the $4.99 rotisserie chicken, so you don't have to eat there, but you can, grab and go. That's not in the food court, but you go all the way back to their where they got the meat. Dude, they got all kinds of cheap options there.
Detroit gave it up again. It's 5-5.
Oh, for God's sakes.
What is going on with your team?
They were up 4-0, then it was 4-4, then they went up 5-4, and now we're going to overtime, which they'll lose.
And Zappy is dominating the Steelers. I just want it. There's your sports update.
You can't contain Bailey Zappy.
It's gone over in the first half, by the way.
Again, no Iowa.
All right. Keep an eye out. You said Chicago was the first one. McDonald's.
Yep.
Cosmics.
I'll bet you that thing will be a big hit.
I tell you what.
It seems like a smart idea.
I know this isn't in your world, and your kids aren't in the house anymore.
Yeah.
But with my kids, you know what they all rave about.
What?
You know what the huge one is in the teens and the young 20s.
The Dutch Brothers?
Dutch Brothers.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. They can't shut up about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I'm familiar with that existence. Again, there's one up by my house, and anytime you go by it, there's a line around the corner. It's insane.
No, I'm still mad. I mean, I know I drink them every day. I'm still mad I didn't buy any stock when they had their IPO. I mean,
well, you can still get it.
Yeah,
I don't think it's gone up that much. Isn't it like 30 some bucks or something?
$27.55 as of right now.
Yeah, see, that's cheaper than the IPO, I think.
Well, never mind. There we go.
Get yourself in on that.
Well, yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, they're always busy. All right, we got to run here. Schultz with SportsCenter.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
This update brought to you by Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse and Butcher Shop. Their butchers, all trained chefs, eager to help with cooking advice. Get to know your friendly neighborhood butcher online at laurelhurstmarket.com. First on The Fan, Week 14 of the NFL kicking off with Thursday Night Football happening right now on Prime Video. It is the Pittsburgh Steelers hosting the New England Patriots. Not going so well for your Steelers. Bailey Zappi throwing 3 touchdowns so far, 188 yards. Once again, this is all in the first half to give the Patriots a 21-10 lead over the Steelers there at the 2-minute warning before the first half. In college football, LSU's Jaden Daniels named the AP Player of the Year. He joins Joe Burrow as the second Tiger to win the award in the last 5 years. Washington's Michael Penix Jr. finishing a distant second, with Ducks quarterback Bo Nix taking third place. Moving on, the NBA in-season tournament semifinals happening tonight. One game already completed. The Pacers punching their ticket to the in-season tournament finals with the win over the Bucks, 128-119. Tyrese Halliburton, 27 points. 15 assists, and right now, 5 minutes to go in the first quarter. The Lakers facing off against the Pelicans. Nollins leads that one 17-15. Once again, 5 minutes to go in the first quarter. The winner of that will be facing off against the Pacers in the championship game for the in-season tourney. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schultz from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Get in the game at Spirit Mountain Casino. Watch and wager with our sportsbook powered by BetMGM. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
Tired of getting dinged by subscriptions? We won't send you a bill. Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
At Joseph K. Jewelers, we're your local, family-owned destination for exceptional jewelry. For generations,
All right. Well, the Red Wings lost while we were away.
Yeah, you don't want to
Sorry
know
about that.
my language. There was
You're making me uncomfortable.
they're up 4-0,
They suck.
and then they make it 4-4. Then they go up 5-4 with like a minute and a half left. No, tied, and then they lose 6 seconds at overtime. F them.
Hey, I see Andrew Nimick out there.
Who's
He's working the phones.
Oh,
That dude's always on the phone.
That when you're in the recruiting world, man, you got to work those. You got to work the sources.
He's probably got a hot transfer portal show, huh?
You know, he loves the scuttlebutt too.
Yeah.
He lives for it.
Yeah.
He lives for the
Yep.
juicy tids. It's like his McDonald's, his hot
Schultz-y.
recruiting tidbits.
I don't live for McDonald's.
I don't
It's
know, I
just
think
a
you
good,
do.
cheap option.
Yeah.
And I live in Wilsonville, so the options of food that closes before, or excuse me, or after 10 p.m. is not great.
Look,
It's very, very small.
but I hear you, man. Like, it's McDonald's. It's absolute crap. At the same time, it's delicious.
It gets you.
It's
Yeah.
consistent.
It gets you.
Well, it's addictive.
Exactly.
It is.
It ought to be criminal, really.
Yes,
But
the, it's the old what is it? The So I Married an Axe Murderer. They put a chemical in it and make you crave it fortnightly. Smart ass. It's true because anytime you eat fast food, I am convinced, no matter who you are, that 5 minutes afterwards, it's like the most regretful decision you've ever made in your life. You're sitting there and you're like, oh my God, why did I this is terrible. But then like an hour later, you're like, oh God, I'm gonna take another one of those. I'll take another chicken sandwich. Let's go. It is. It's the sugar and processed food. You freaking crave it.
The more you eat it, the more you
Yes.
want more of it.
Yes.
That's where they get you.
Yep.
And they got you by your little balls.
And I believe it was McDonald's was the first one to come up with it. But the greatest idea in the history of man, but is also the worst thing that's ever happened to us, was drive-thrus. The idea that your fat ass can drive up to a place, knock it out of your car, and be like, "Give it to me all," and then you can eat it while going someplace. And it's just, it's convenient. And it used to be cheap, which is why there was a whole thing and I think it's still this way, but like the demographics between health and income, it's very much linked. And some of that obviously is, healthcare and whatever, but I'm just talking about like body mass index and like preventable diseases. And when you don't have a lot of money, the idea of eating really, really cheap food is appealing. You can go in, like you said, you can go into places, and it used to be that you could just get, I remember growing up, there was a place called Hot and Now, and the food was it was burgers and fries and chicken sandwiches and like shakes and drinks. And it was all pre-made. You couldn't order anything different. Like you couldn't ask for no pickles. Everything came the same. Ketchup, mustard, pickles. And it was all one size. And I think the burgers were 59 cents and the cheeseburgers were 79 cents. The chicken sandwiches were 99 cents and the fries were 99 cents. Every drink was 99 cents. And you could go with your buddies when you were in high school, and for $10 you could feed you and just sacks of just food. And like the bag would just be translucent from just the grease that would pour through. But like, again, when you were a dumb high school kid and you didn't have any money, you could pull together a couple bucks and that's what you ate.
How loose was your stool?
Oh God, it's so bad for you. I don't even want to know. There's no way that was real like meat. There's just no possible way that you could do that. No way.
It's gross.
Yes.
All right.
And yet at the time, so tasty.
Delicious.
Yeah. I don't know what's in this, but I need more.
We gotta run. I don't want to be so late.
Yeah, the last couple days we've
just
had like 7 seconds.
We can't do that to poor Schultz. He's fighting on a lot of fronts over there.
Yeah, he is.
So you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna take a break.
So I'm gonna bring you some McDonald's tomorrow.
Well, I won't be here, but I appreciate that. I gotta
By the
take
way,
my
he
wife
will
to the
not
doctor.
do that. Even if he were here, he wouldn't. He's not bringing
That's
in
okay.
McDonald's.
Hey, he brought me a taco.
Yeah, what are you talking
I
about?
don't know.
No, you're not bringing in McDonald's.
I brought him a taco. Why wouldn't I bring him McDonald's?
Because you'd be like, I forgot. Sorry, Schultz. Yeah, it's a little expensive. $3 for a cone.
Yeah, you're not worth $3, Schultz.
Yeah, sorry, Schultz. That's a little high. Don't think that much of you, really.
So if you were here, I would have brought you some nuggies. I would have got you some nuggies.
What would you order? Go to McDonald's right now. What would you order? Give me your order.
Me or Sue?
This is what I want. No, not Sue. You.
Oh,
You're the McDonald's P1.
Okay, yeah, 2 double cheeseburgers, a large Coke.
2 doubles.
Yeah, and it's either that or like 1 double cheeseburger and a nuggie. So it's either 2 double cheeseburgers or 1 and a nuggie, and then medium fries, Coke, done. Maybe if I want a little $3 soft serve cone, I'll add that. But that's usually just like 2 orders of those will satisfy my wife and I for a quick dinner.
2 doubles, that's like 4 burgers. Right?
Yeah, but only
They're
2
tiny.
but only 2 buns. Come on.
They're so tiny.
I guess that would be only 2 buns.
That's right.
Yeah.
I do remember
They are not that big. That's true.
I do remember growing up and being like just an absolute fat ass, and I would get yeah, I mean, it's embarrassing that I ate so much more when I was younger, because I remember being like 13, 14 years old, and my mom, like, my family just eats, and we were like, trust me, if we were having a health off, my family would lose to most people. And I remember like 13 years old, and this happened all the time. I would get like the quarter pounder meal, like I think that was their biggest one. No, the double quarter pounder, and supersize that bitch, of course. And then I would get a 9-piece chicken nugget on the side, and I would eat that. And the idea of eating that right now makes me want to vomit. And yet when I was 13, I'm like, yep, let's do it. Then you went around.
Well, you didn't know any better.
You didn't know any better. I was like, and that was like after school, like running errands with my mom. I'm like, yeah. And then I'd go home and eat dinner at 5:30. Great.
You're a growing boy back then.
Yeah. I was growing man boobs. That was about the only thing I was growing. Maybe a sweet stretch mark or two.
Schultz, you in on the McGangbang?
No, I am not. I believe that's a secret menu item. I'm not sure what it is, but no.
It says it's a okay. The McGangbang.
By the way, we're gonna have a 7-second segment.
Oh yeah, sorry. Is a burger. Oh, real quick. It's a burger on one of their most famous secret menus, and for good reason. It combines 2 of the best items from the dollar menu into one perfect burger. So you simply order a McDouble and a McChicken. The McChicken sandwich is placed directly inside of the McDouble, buns and all. So for $2, you've created a huge, tasty sandwich.
That sounds like a crime against humanity.
Called the McGangbang.
Wow. I want to order something just to say that. I'll take the McGangbang, please.
All right. We'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
Seahawks football is on The Fan.
6 DBs in the game. Play fake. Dobbs.
on there.
I enjoyed that we specifically set out to not have a 45-second segment, and yet here we are with a 45-second segment.
How'd that happen?
I don't know.
My fault.
It happened. Yeah, blame Schultz.
Yep, that is definitely Schultz's fault.
Hey, Merry Christmas. I'll be gone tomorrow, so
okay.
Merry Christmas, Robbie.
Yeah, I got to head on vacation. Oh, I'm here tomorrow, but you won't be, so yeah. I love your hot little body.
Well, ditto.
And
love your beard.
I hope you get everything you want for Christmas from Santa Claus.
Thanks, man. A new show.
Yeah. He asked Santa for a new show. Went and sat on his lap at the mall and everything.
I did.
I think I would go with 20-piece nuggies. That may be more... better chance of that being in the stockings. I was at the mall today and they had the Santa there.
Yeah.
No one.
Still think.
Not a single person.
Oh, yeah?
Well, it was like at noon, but yeah, no one. I felt bad for him.
He didn't care.
I don't think he wanted
he
me
gets
to sit
paid
on his
either
lap.
way.
It's not paid by per kid.
All right, Nemec coming up next. We are back tomorrow, 3 to 7 on the Fan. Good night.
Red ships of Spain. Red ships.